Milner, and then Robert Garcia, who's going to be joining Jared tonight for Hot Stove, starting at 7 o'clock. So looking forward to that. And then some of the other things of note, Dunning, veterans like Jesse Chavez, and then the just signed JT Chargois all seem like strong candidates to round out the back of the bullpen. So Dunning moving from that starting role to a bullpen pitcher is what it seems like is the plan here for the Rangers moving forward.
Doesn't Chargois sound like something you'd get New Orleans at dinner?
Yeah,
Chargois.
Yeah, could you pair that with a nice Chargois?
Yeah,
maybe a wine.
That sounds delicious. So it absolutely
the
does.
45 Chargois, dude.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Last thing, did get a text from the 214 after I named those Japanese pitchers starting in the Tokyo series. Do you think that maybe the Japanese fan base would like to see somebody other than the Japanese pitchers they've probably already seen already?
No, I think it's an honor thing.
I think so too.
I think it's showing up, hey, you're in the big league.
Like, this is pretty cool,
This
right?
is very cool, yeah.
Getting Yamamoto versus Imanaga, like these are our guys. Because I think they still play a full series, so they'll see some of those other guys. But for the opener, you honor them with the option and the opportunity to start.
You're getting a nice mix. You know, you get to see how your guys do against big league hitters back home. I mean, that's an amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I think, for some fans.
Probably comfortable pitching in front of that crowd.
Very
like
true.
That, you know?
They know well the time difference won't hurt them as much.
Okay, the story of the day, Cowboys edge Micah Parsons saying, quote, "I don't want to sit back and watch other teams build and us stay the same." Nick Harris, Star Telegram friend of the show, wrote an article about that. And that's really going to be my focus here around the Cowboys for the next month. Free agency is going to kick off here real soon. I think a number of contracts with the Cowboys are expiring on Monday. So Monday is really going to start the build up to it. But when free agency starts, are the Cowboys sitting out day one and day two?
I hope not.
And waiting for those, third and fourth tier free agents to accept the number that they offer? Or are they going to get in this game and say, man, we're going to, at least meet the Eagles halfway on their building strategy? Now might be the time for it. Now that the Eagles have won the Super Bowl, it would make sense for them to trim their long-term risk financially, get their house back in order, pay off all these voidable contracts that are coming up for them in the next couple of years, and then make another push towards it. But I'm serious. Like, the biggest threat in the division by the time Philadelphia is done breaking down this championship team might be Washington. And while they're good, and while they have cap money to spend, you competed very well with them this year. There's no excuse for, I think continuing to manage this so conservatively in the light of all the evidence that we've seen in recent years that teams that make the big salary cap risk investment are the ones actually getting through. And it's time, Jerry. 3 decades, not a coincidence. Your strategy failed, and it's time to adopt the strategies of your rivals. Chuck Wagon's coming up next. Zachary, where are you taking us?
Yeah, Livy Dunn. Does she know what classes she's taking? We got Dollar Beer Night, and congratulations to Duck. That's next in the nation. But let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's Trajan. And if you're not feeling that love with your current financial advisor, just call my...
Uber Eats has a low fee product? You gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute photo. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. remember that Uber Eats has bracelets?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Mabel? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On the Fan segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Sands is coming up here with the Hot Stove Show coming up from 7 to 8. Then the Fan After Dark. Blake and Fred will rock at 8 to 11. Here's Wolchuk with his sports segment.
Thank you very much. We do have Mavs and Heat tonight, and well, it looks like, I mean, if you thought last night was a ragtag group of soldiers just going out there and trying to get it done, tonight's going to be more so for the Mavs. Kyrie's not going to be playing tonight. He's got that right shoulder soreness. I mean, he did put the team on his back last night to get a dub, so not surprising. And Klay Thompson with a foot sprain also going to be out. So that's on top of not having Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, P.J. Washington, Caleb Martin, Derek Lively, and yeah, Dwight Powell too is also there. All out for your Dallas Mavericks. So going to need a big-time Spencer Dinwiddie night, I suppose. Jaden Hardy, can we get a Hardy party going, maybe?
You know, it'd be interesting. Yes, Hardy is an option. Dinwiddie is an option. But did you notice last night that Jason Kidd went with Brandon Williams?
And Brandon
what I'm
Williams
saying,
was good
Brandon
with 12
Williams.
points last night. Maybe Brandon
Yeah.
Williams steps up.
Yep.
Maybe Kessler gets
younger guy. I haven't tracked his story. He's 25 years old, out of Arizona in his second season. I don't know much about him, but I thought, dude, on a team that needs a steadying hand with a little bit of firepower, maybe this is the guy. You're frustrated with Dinwiddie staring at the rim, dribbling it for 20 seconds. You're frustrated with Hardy and his turnovers and the inexperience there. So I'm excited to watch Williams again tonight.
Well, we get the Four Nations matchup, the United States on the ice against Finland. That's going to be starting at the top of the hour. You can check that out on ESPN. Now, you do have a Dallas Star that is playing for Team USA. It is Jake Ottinger. He's going to be backing up Connor Hellebuck, so I don't think he's going to be playing tonight unless Hellebuck gets run. But you got Matthew and Brady Tkachuk, the fifth set of American brothers to play together in an NHL tournament. The others were former Dallas Star Darian Hatcher and Kevin Hatcher. You want to go for the other ones?
Could I go, for an American side, could I go with the Hulls?
Not the Hulls, no.
How about the Howls?
Not the Howls.
Okay, then I need to stop.
Aaron and Neil Broughton. Brian and Joe Mullen and Kurt and Harvey Bennett in 1976 were the other ones.
Okay.
So now not Gordie Howe and his brother and Brett and Bobby Hull.
Well, that was
father and son, I think.
Yeah, that was father and son. But there's some brothers. The Howells have brothers. Like
there's other ones.
Yeah.
Jack Eichel, big player tonight for the American team. Need him to step up.
The 907 texting in, which is an Alaska area code. I think this might be the first text we've ever gotten from Alaska. Says Kyrie's taking a vacation tonight. Signed Patrick Dumont. Which is pretty funny. And the 682 says, went with the younger guy to save Dinwiddie for today. That would be, interesting. Save his legs. I know back-to-backs are crushing Dinwiddie at this point in his career.
And a happy birthday to Nathan Evaldi. We love you, and we hope you have a tremendous birthday, and let's get you back postseason Nasty Nate this year for your Texas Rangers. All right, Brian, I saw this, and I thought of you as it's Livy Dunn, a fellow LSU Tiger.
Go Tigers.
Now, she's in her fifth year.
Her husband, right?
Not married.
Not married yet? Okay, her boyfriend is on the baseball.
Oh, Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
There you go.
So Livy Dunn, a.k.a. Mrs. Paul Skeens, she decided to return to LSU for her fifth season of college gymnastics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in a surprise that I don't think is for any of us, but it doesn't sound like academics is really a primary focus for her. She's 22, and she was at the Super Bowl last week with Paul, and she was asked on one of the red carpet events about her course load.
Hardest class in college currently is what?
Oh man, I take 2 classes and I'm taking both technology management.
That's interesting. So you only need 2 classes left, or why 2 classes?
To be eligible to compete.
So all you need is what? Is that 6 credits?
I'm just taking as many credits to be eligible until I finish competing, and I'll finish my master's.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm in my master's.
Yeah. So how much longer do you have left? Will you have left of school?
You know what? Hopefully I get it done ASAP. Hopefully I get it done within a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Why did you pick LSU? Of all the schools, you could have went to a lot of places, but why was it LSU?
I chose LSU because I love the Tiger fans. I love the atmosphere. I love the team camaraderie there, and the facilities are top notch, and the amenities for the athletes.
That's cool. Obviously, you're a huge name right now, a celeb in college. What's it like for you to walk around? I'm sure kids come up to you, ask you for photos, and it's nice, but like it's not the average, what most people consider the average college life. How is it for you, like walking around, like being a celebrity on campus?
No, I don't really consider myself a celebrity at all.
Yeah.
I do feel like I'm just a normal college kid that likes to post on social media. It's been fun. I think that with NIL, it's definitely changed the game for me, and it's been such a blessing in my life, but I definitely just consider myself an average college kid.
Yeah. What do you want to do long term now, eventually?
I think long term I would love to do something in sports. In the sports realm, I love gymnastics and sports in general and female athletics.
Who was the gymnast that inspired you? Like that was her, like, was it got you really going?
Nastia Lukin. She inspired me. She's a mentor in my life now. I love how she goes about her business, and she's a winner, and I love it.
Last and the hardest part about being a girl that guys will never understand.
I think the hardest part, I feel like the hardest part about being a girl, that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Loaded.
Maybe, well, this is kind of niche. This is being a gymnast, wearing a leotard. That's very niche, and I think being a girl in gymnastics, I think wearing a leotard is difficult and confusing and uncomfortable. And I feel like most boys wouldn't understand that.
I love it. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Besides the wrestlers, of course.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
The male wrestlers. They get it. They get it. But
my girl calls it crotch rot.
Oh.
The little part down there gets all tangled in and whisked up.
Yeah.
I don't like that name at all. She's like, oh, I got crotch rot. I was like, well, don't say that.
They really yank it through there though. They get a tight fit. It's quite I wouldn't be opposed to them putting on some shorts, as a girl dad. Like if you want to, I wouldn't hold it against you in your performance. Livy Dunn, by the way, a really good gymnast at the NCAA level.
So I was wondering how good is Livy? Because I know she's definitely social media, TikTok famous, but is she like one of the best gymnasts at LSU?
Her teammates.
Her team's really good.
Well, she's an All-American in the uneven bars.
Okay, so she's got a great. She's a badass in an event.
She's got some teammates that are really good.
But the uneven bars, that's her specialty.
Yeah, that's what she pulls off, like 9 9s.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's crushing that.
Well, she's part of a national championship team, but she's got some really good teammates.
It was, when she's trying to struggle with what are the classes you're taking? But it makes sense. She said, I specifically need 6 credit hours to be able to compete.
So she's already graduated from LSU.
She has. So now she's like technically, she went back for her 5th year. She's like working towards her master's.
Right.
I don't know if she'll actually end up getting the master's, but she's doing what she has to do to be able to compete, and she's crushing it.
Mm-hmm.
So here we've got Creighton basketball. All right. Now, this is an incredible story because Creighton basketball last year took on UConn. And as they were leaving, Dan Hurley was yelling at a Creighton student, and you can see on the video, he said, quote, I will knock you out. Now, Dan Hurley is known to be a wild animal. So he's threatening to fight crowd members his last time at the arena. Well, once a year, the Creighton program does a $1 beer promotion. Now, they have chosen to do this for UConn's return. So as Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies come on back to Creighton, they're doing $1 beer night, and they know exactly what they're doing here with this promotion, and it should just absolutely try and pull Dan Hurley off sides, which I don't think is too hard to do.
No.
I've seen a lot of videos of him this year. He is absolutely filled with all kinds of tension and testosterone. So we'll see how this goes.
If he wasn't so successful, I'd say he's unhinged and couldn't possibly be a winner. But I love his act. I think it's highly entertaining. And, he acts drunk, so you might as well have $1 beer night while he's there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh, I do want to give love to Team Finland. You have Roope Hintz playing tonight. There is no Miro Heiskanen, unfortunately. And Granlund, one of their new traded pieces coming over from the San Jose Sharks, he'll be playing against Team USA. So Otter probably not on the ice tonight, unless maybe Hellebuck gets run. But then you'll end up having a couple of stars on the other side for Team Finland. I know the 214 really, really wanted me to make sure I got that one in there because they love other people that are trying to be fans of the sport. But if they're not, and they don't know everything about hockey, they just bash you. We got to be welcoming. We got to do a better job, Stars fans, about being more welcoming to everybody as we try and grow the sport.
I think so. I'm going to lead the charge on that.
I know you are.
I'll be welcoming to you, Wolchuk.
Duck Hodges. You guys remember Duck Hodges?
We do.
Oh, absolutely.
Who is
Devlin.
his girlfriend?
In the 34th century.
Yeah, who is he's got a really famous girlfriend, wife, something like that?
Now fiance, Lainey Wilson.
Okay.
Halftime performer
There you go.
for the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right.
Boom.
There we go. We talked about her at halftime.
Yes,
one game.
they just got engaged yesterday, so congratulations to them. And I didn't even know she was dating Canadian Football League star and former Pittsburgh Steeler Duck Hodges until I think it was probably right around Thanksgiving when we did the game. And she was on the pregame show with the amazing Christy Scales. And now we know that they're engaged. They announced pictures of the engagement yesterday. So shout out to future Mrs. Duck Hodges, Devlin Duck Hodges, Lainey Wilson. It's amazing.
I mean, Lainey Wilson has the strongest accent in musical history, right? She does that big old blonde smile while she's giving you the 10 out of 10 accent.
Oh, the accent's incredible.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people, that's not really her
She's
accent.
almost a caricature of a country musician.
It's an amazing accent. Big bummer. We're not going to get Steph Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu. That's not going to happen. They're not going to rematch during this All-Star weekend. They said the NBA said we were not able to land on a plan we thought would raise the bar of last year's special moment. We all agreed not to proceed and will instead keep the focus on All-Star Sundays new format.
Yeah, once Caitlin Clark turned him down, they were going to do Caitlin plus Klay Thompson versus like Curry and Ionescu. I'm okay with that. I think they should bring him back. I want to watch that. Maybe it became obvious that she wasn't going to win against Curry, and it didn't make sense for her. But I think Caitlin Clark's getting so much big time money from these sponsorships now. She doesn't have to entertain anything that she's not 100% down with.
No.
What'd you think of her being sold as kind of like a sex symbol there on the Super Bowl ad? She's there in her cutoff shirt and the underwear showing and all that.
Oh, I didn't really.
You didn't see that?
I don't know if I saw that ad. I might have been like refilling the dip at that point. I missed this one.
Yeah. She was out there.
Clark?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark out there. I don't know if it was Adidas or Under Armour or something like that, but I mean they're trying to like dress her up a little bit, or I guess sex her up would be the appropriate phrase here.
Because I've seen the State Farm commercials.
State Farms are the ones I always see. She's in her uniform and she gets transported back to the game, right? Rookie mistakes. Is that the thing she's doing? Yeah.
Interesting. Shout out to Pat White.
She looks like Mel Gibson in the face, right? Is it just me?
Oh, no. I'm never going to be able to unsee this now. She looks like Mel Gibson in the face.
I think he's on to something.
Yikes. We love you, Caitlin. Yeah. Big supporter of Caitlin Clark here and Sabrina Ionescu in women's basketball. Pat White set to join Rich Rod on his staff as the Mountaineers are reuniting their Glory Day pillars. Pat White, who was the quarterback for Rich Rod during an amazing run there with Steve Slayton, amongst others. You also had Tavon Austin as part of that great Mountaineer tradition. So now Pat White going back. I'm assuming he's going to be the quarterback's coach. I didn't get exactly what position he's going to have on the staff, but that's pretty cool. I mean, they crushed it, absolutely obliterating the Florida Gators there in the Sugar Bowl, and they also won a Fiesta Bowl before Rich Rod left to be the head coach of Michigan. That did not go well for Rich Rod, so hopefully it ends up going better the second go-around.
There's a couple blasts from the past.
I know, right?
Pat White, Rich Rodriguez.
Pat White and Rich Rodriguez back there at WVU. And Adrian Peterson, his daughter, is a high school freshman. She is already dunking. What? Yes, her name is Ari. She's one of the top basketball players.
She's putting up big numbers, bro.
In the country, dude. She is a badass.
Yeah.
She's on the class of 2028. I'm sure everybody's going to be trying to get her services. I think Minnesota, Purdue, Maryland, OU, they've already been trying to get her. I'm sure Oklahoma is thinking, man, we got in here. Adrian, you played for us. Okay, we want to get your daughter. She's a 6'1" freshman guard. She's averaging over 13 points per game this season. She's got a high of 21. She can score from all over the floor, rebound, and then the dunking. I mean, the video of her dunking is freaking incredible.
A gal dunking at 6'1"?
6'1" freshman, dude.
That is awesome.
She's amazing. She really, really is.
Yeah, I know that's quite an athletic family. His little brother, I think, moved out of Sunnyvale down to Forney this year. He's quite an offensive backfield prospect. I think any one of those Petersons you can get on a sports team is probably a good idea, but this might be the best yet. 6'1" freshman?
6'1" freshman.
High school freshman gal dunking. That's pretty awesome.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Let's see what Jared Sandler is working on. The Hot Stove Show is coming up from 7 to 8, and we'll chat baseball with Sands coming up next year in the Nation.
Coming up Friday on Sean and RJ. Sean and RJ are both still out. We got Eric Chiafalo sitting in. We have college baseball ticket giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hour, and Jared Sandler joins us to preview the Texas Ranger season. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Hey, DFW, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the local experts across DFW and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's prices. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits, make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you've been told you need a new furnace for your home, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts today for a free second opinion. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
Celebrate Valentine's at Whole Foods Market. Prime members get 20% off no antibiotics ever New York strip steak and sustainable wild-caught lobster tails through February 14th. Cook a romantic surf and turf dinner for your special date. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Are you looking for a new job where you can have tons of fun and make great money? Twin Peaks is the team for you. We're looking for Twin Peaks girls, cooks, bussers, barbacks, and more. Text WORK, the number 4, TP to 85000 to apply today. Cheers!
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
My son was struggling with sleep and anxiety, and he purchased what he thought was a pain pill, and that pill took his life. Educate yourself on fentanyl.
Visit OnePillKillsTX.com, sponsored by HHSC.
For over 65 years, ASCO Equipment has delivered dependable service and reliable equipment. As a family-owned and locally operated business, we value your uptime and commit to being a blessing every day. Whatever you need, we're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even diagnose your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Waxahachie on North Highway 77 across from Atwoods.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Your Turn It On, Leave It On. Home of the Cowboys is heading to the NFL Combine. Get the inside scoop on the NFL Draft and free agency with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Live from Indianapolis, February 27th and 28th. The fans coverage is presented by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield ceramic coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Combine coverage is found here with the Sean and RJ Show, 6 to 10, beginning February 27th, right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 or 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. About 10 minutes left in the show, and Jared Sandler's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes, talk Rangers baseball and what he has planned for this evening's Hot Stove Show. 7 to 8 Rangers talk, then 8 to 11 The Fan after dark. I'm going to see if I can get him on board, or maybe a smart baseball guy like Sands. He's already thinking like me. Good baseball minds think alike, that maybe Kamar Rocker is the closer that you need, that could go out there and get you 40 saves.
Okay.
Put you on his back there in the ninth inning.
I'm interested to see how you do that.
Every day at 5:20, we go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. It includes LA Live, and that expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. So thanks so much to them for their continued support of our commercial free drive home there from 5:20 to 6 o'clock every evening. Okay, Micah Parsons trying to put pressure on the Joneses, saying we can't stand pat while other teams spend. If I asked you to put a number between 1 and 10, how likely is it that Jerry and Steven, who have dropped a few breadcrumbs, are fixing to say, you know what, that salary cap and free agent approach is broken. We need to try to buy us a championship, Daddy. What do you think? Well, I think this would be dad convincing son, wouldn't it? We know how conservative Stephen Jones is with the checkbook. Didn't want to bring in Deion Sanders in the prime of his career. 1 to 10, Brian, what do you say?
6.
Oh!
6.
That's higher than I thought. I thought he'd go 2 or 3. Well, Chuck, how about you?
Yeah, because I'm thinking 3.
Are you thinking 3?
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, man. I can't assume that they're going to be spending money on a darn thing until they actually do it. We've got a long list of time here that they have
talked about. They need to evaluate. They need to look at all things. I think that you look at how Philadelphia did it with their ability to draft and also sign free agents and make trades. You have to open that up. You have to open up that possibility. You have to trust your pro personnel department, and it's not about signing your own all the time. There's other players from other teams that are pretty damn good. I'm going to say this is going to be something they're actually going to do. I'm giving it a 6.
I'm wondering, Jerry Jones going into his age 83 season. If I'm in good health right now, and only Jerry and his doctors know exactly the state of his health, sometimes you can play this thing into your mid to late 90s. If you can afford the latest and greatest medical attention on a regular basis to give you updates, he could live to a hundo. He could pull a Jimmy Carter on you. I'm telling son, the moment doctor tells me there's the end, it's here on the calendar, we're going to push all in. Till then, maybe I'll let my son have his way.
Oh, you're going about a 2 or a 3?
I think I'm about a 2, or I have a glimmer of hope.
I just think that you cannot look at how teams are operating around the league, and you love draft and develop, but you have to be able to add players to your roster.
They should have seen this for the last 5 to 10 years. They haven't.
Like I say, this year to me, this was the slap in the face. The fact that the Commanders that were awful last year, they just get a quarterback. You better find a way to do things differently, or you're going to be way behind.
Yeah.
The Giants will figure something out.
As soon as they get a quarterback, they'll jump in too.
And then you'll be the team that everybody's talking about is not any good.
I mean, you just did it last year. You saw the fan base take a big turn against you. The attendance in Oxnard was low. Yeah. The excitement from the fan base, and then you gave them a head coach that they couldn't get excited about. Are you really going to go through this cycle as well and give them nothing and hope they continue to turn out? I think you got to have at least a little bit of concern about that. Mavs story continues to evolve. Don't be surprised if there's some noisy protests tonight. I saw a writer with D Magazine giving tickets to 44 fans. This was right before the show. They distributed 44 tickets.
It was Ralph Strange's.
Ralph and this guy Alex, I think from D Magazine. Yeah, so they're trying to find fans that want to go to the arena tonight and let the organization know this ain't over. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's a disruption, but last night the fans were very tame. So I think the outraged portion of the fan base and their leaders have said, oh, no, we can't go this quietly into the night. Who wants to go tonight, maybe with the intent of getting thrown out, or at least making some sort of a statement that the television cameras would be forced to cover? It is Mavs and Heat coming up at 7:30. everybody's out pretty much. Kyrie is out, and Clay is out, and
got it
PJ
right where we
Washington's
want him
still
tonight,
out.
man. Right where we want him.
Perfect. As Jared Sandler steps into the studio now, your Rangers insider, play-by-play man, pre- and post-game show host. And a good evening, Jared. It's good to see you again.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jared.
Well, I've been trying to talk with these guys about, how you approach closer. And I was selling them on Kamar Rocker last hour. I couldn't get either of them to come along with me at all. Where are you in this idea?
Well, I want to know, Brian and Zach, what was your recommendation?
I was a no because I thought there might be some control issues.
Okay. But did you have someone that you nominated as your...
No. He just asked me.
So there's
I don't think the closer's on this team currently.
I've nominated John Gray.
You did? Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
And then that's an interesting curveball.
I think it's really interesting for me if he goes and does this. Man, maybe Chris Martin just takes the job.
Yeah. I mean, he could. He's been so good in late inning situations, but not, he really
closer.
hasn't. He just hasn't, for whatever reason. There aren't many guys who have had the amount of success that he's had in terms of experience in the eighth inning with as little closing opportunities he's had. And a lot of it's just a product of teams he's been on. He's played on teams with established closers. The Rocker thing's interesting to me, Gavin. When he was drafted, there were people that are like, oh, yeah, he's a reliever. I don't see that. And I think last year was a huge step towards him long-term being a starter. My question is, how are the Rangers going to balance whatever their philosophies are with his innings limit? Because you just don't have guys in their young 20s coming off of Tommy John, barely having thrown 100 innings over the last 3 years combined, just unleashed and throwing 180 innings. And I think we all believe that he can be good. And if he's good, he's going to be on the major league roster. And if he's in the rotation, you can only do so much in controlling his innings, right? You can't just throw him 3-4 innings. It's going to tax the bullpen. And so I don't think that this is likely, but I do think it is a possibility that maybe Kamar Rocker starts the season in the rotation, does well. It's kind of a whack-a-mole for the closer's role, and midway through, they're like, hey, we're not going to let Kamar sprint through the finish line as a starter. Why don't we use him in this role? That'll be a way to keep him super effective, but control his innings.
Yeah.
I think that would be an interesting way of going about having Kamar Rocker be an effective contributor from start to finish.
How many innings would your regular team do in this situation, not only for him, but for DeGrom?
Yeah, so I think DeGrom's a little bit interesting just because he's older and he has more recent experience of throwing more innings. I think with Rocker, as a college kid, I mean, he threw a little over 100 innings his freshman year, his junior year. But I think you're going to be a little more careful. This is part of the problem with the conversation. No one has any idea, right? Some people say 125% of their previous year's innings. Well, if that's the case, Kamar Rocker is going to be done by the end of May, right? So I think that it's a little bit of a moving target. I'd be shocked, Gavin, if he threw more than 150 regular season innings. Now, getting to 150 means that you're largely healthy and you're largely effective. So it might sort itself out, but you have to be prepared for those types of scenarios.
And with John Gray, I mean, the confidence hasn't been his calling card, right? It's been a struggle as a starter. I couldn't imagine him closing 2 out of 3 nights with the last night not going well and him like showing up the next day chewing nails ready to go dominate a ninth inning situation.
Yeah, that to me is the key for any closer without closing experience. It's great until they blow a save. And then you want to know how that next opportunity is going to look, because it's a different beast for a reason. It's a lot tougher when you give up a lead in the eighth inning. You might go to sleep that night thinking, man, my inning cost us the game. It's a totally different feel than when the other team is dogpiling, around home plate while you were on the mound, or you feel the energy sucked out of the building at home when you give up the lead in the top of the ninth, right? So I think that's a fair question.
What's coming up on the show tonight?
Well, if you guys look behind you, Laura Stickles is in the building.
Hey, Laura Stickles.
Yeah, Brian, no, you're not going to wave?
Oh, all right.
The new Emily Jones. This is the new Emily Jones?
Well, the new Laura Stickles.
The
right?
new Laura Stickles, that's right.
She's the new field, dugout, sideline. What do you prefer? Okay.
Field
all right,
reporter.
Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
The field reporter.
Yeah. That's fair. All right. Well, she is the new reporter. So she's going to be hanging with us for the first couple segments. Robert Garcia, new Rangers reliever, hopefully a little healthier today than yesterday, is going to join us at 7:40.
What happened yesterday?
They're shutting him down for a few days.
Okay.
It's early.
All right.
We're okay. Nothing to worry
He's going
about.
to join us live from Surprise.
Live from Surprise. And
Nice.
the show will be live from Surprise after this week.
I love it. Oh, you're heading out there already, Jared. I cannot freaking wait. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Thanks to Woolchuck and Broadus and, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Hatties.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
We are creeping closer and closer towards the start of the 2025 Rangers season. Got a fun show planned. Laura Stickles is in studio. She is the new sideline reporter for the Texas Rangers. We're going to get to know Laura in a second. And at 7:40, new Rangers pitcher Robert Garcia will join us from Arizona. First, I want to remind you that Whataburger's Chicken Fajita Taco is back, but available for a limited time. Sizzling with flavor. Head to your nearest Whataburger to try a Chicken Fajita Taco. All right, Laura, I guess it's appropriate. You are new to Texas. Have you had Whataburger yet or before?
No, I've never had Whataburger before, and I haven't had it yet, but I'm sure I will soon.
Okay, well, you can try that sizzling chicken fajita taco.
Yeah, that's top of the list.
Yeah, there you go. Laura, welcome. Congratulations. We're excited to have you, and thanks for making the long drive to the studios in this bitter, cold Texas weather to be with us tonight.
I you know what? I love this bitter cold coming from Boston, and a nice little crisp air. It feels like home.
Yeah, I bet. So I think like one of the first days you got here, it was 80 degrees.
Yep.
And then like within 12 hours, it was down to 40 degrees. And I think you ask anyone, they'll just say that's like DFW weather.
Yeah, that's just Texas in a nutshell right there.
Right? Yeah, like there's no consistency, no rhyme or reason. Eventually it'll get to like 95 plus for about 4 months straight. But until then, it's just kind of like a grab bag. You never really know what it's going to be. So I hope you're prepared.
Oh, I'm fully prepared because I'm actually from Bishop, California, which is like the high desert, and that similarly is known for these temperature fluctuation, swings. So I've experienced it before, and I'm prepared for anything.
All right. Well, I always ask, and I'm going to ask Robert Garcia a version of this question. He was traded to the Rangers. He didn't choose the Rangers. But I always ask new offseason acquisitions who chose the Rangers, why the Rangers? And you were not the traditional free agent signing, the way that I think a lot of fans think of that process, but you chose the Rangers. So why the Texas Rangers? Why was this a job that was interesting to you?
Well, I mean, this was really like a no-brainer to me because, first of all, like the opportunity, I'm coming from minor league baseball, so the opportunity to jump to a major league broadcast is something that I've been wanting to do now for a couple of seasons, and I felt ready to do now for over a year. So this felt like, a natural step to me, but also the Rangers in particular. I mean, you've seen the roster. Like, it's a great roster. This is going to be a great team. And in addition to that, like, I just think that this organization is taking so many strides in general forward, whether you look at like the new ballpark, Globe Life Field, and how beautiful that is, as well as just everything that I heard throughout the interview process, just from the people I spoke to and the different ways that they want to push the organization forward, not just from an on the field standpoint, was something that really resonated with me. And then you also see the people that work there. Like, they've all been there for such a long time, and people don't typically stick around a place if they don't love it. So I just think it seemed like a really great place to be. And truly everybody that I talked to throughout the process just seemed so excited about the prospect of me, joining this organization and this broadcast. And I just feel so welcomed and encouraged, and like people really want me here. So I'm just really excited. And, I've lived in California, Alaska, Boston, and now Texas. And I just love kind of going to different places and seeing different areas of the country. And I've always thought that Texas would be an interesting place for me to go and somewhere that I thought I might like. So here I am.
Well, people hear Alaska and they're going to think I'm burying the lead. We will get to Alaska here in a little bit because that is not an experience that most Americans get at any point in their life, whether it's for a week or, in your case, a full year, more than a year. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you got to experience all the seasons.
Yes, I experienced every single.
The one season. How many seasons are there in Alaska?
There's all 4 seasons.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
You got the whole spectrum, but I'm sure we'll talk about that more later.
Okay. Yeah, we will. We will get there. Did you DFW? Like what? I imagine maybe at some point you stopped through, or maybe not.
I was thinking about that. I don't think I've ever been to DFW. So I was in El Paso for a day when I was working with UMass football, and we played New Mexico State, and that's where we stayed. Not particularly close, but that is where the hotel was. So I was in El Paso for a day, and then I think I had like a layover where I had to stay the night, but I think that was in Houston. So I don't believe that I've ever been to the DFW area before until, a week and a half ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're going to become very familiar very quickly.
Yes.
Laura Stickles joining us. All right. You drove from Boston to Dallas.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
You had your brother with you. I think these road trips sometimes can be fun. I'm just curious, first of all, any speeding tickets?
No speeding tickets.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, that's impressive.
I'm too skilled to get a speeding ticket.
Okay, good. Any interesting stops along the way? Any interesting sights or hurdles that you had to navigate through, storms? It was just a smooth, boring trip.
The first 12 hours, we were driving through a snowstorm. We went the northern route through Buffalo, and my dad was really insistent. He wanted my brother and I to go the northern route, not through New Jersey. So, we did see the storm, but we did it anyways to, be in his good graces. But no, that was the whole trip was a ton of fun. I think the part that my brother and I liked most, we're both country music fans, and it was our first time in Nashville. So my brother was like, no, we have to stop for, multiple hours and really get to, walk up and down Broadway. He wanted to stop, and I'm the person that's like, no, we got to go, like no stops. But he was like, no, we're going to stop in Nashville. And neither of us had been before. And I think the moment of the drive that I will never forget, you see on our GPS that we're about 15 minutes away from the city, and you do not see the city in front of you at all. And this is, we're coming from the north, and we're like, where is it? And I've never seen Nashville before. So I'm like, maybe there's not a lot of high rises. I don't know. But then we drive over this hill or around a corner. I can't remember if it was over a hill or around a corner. And then you see the skyline right in front of you. And we both we're like, oh my God, there it is. So that was definitely a moment that was really exciting for both of us, just because we love listening to, country music and all the Sirius XM country stations, and getting to see where Music Row happy hour is on the highway and everything was a really cool moment for us for sure.
Well, all right. The country music fits in nicely in Texas.
Yes.
Favorite country acts or musicians?
So for a while, I was really listening to Eric Church. So he is somebody that I have really enjoyed. I also really like Megan Maroney. I like a lot of the newer country artists that are coming out with stuff. I kind of listen to everything though. I'm a big radio person too. I like just putting on a country radio station, and whatever the radio pulls up for me is what I'm going to listen to. It really makes you appreciate the songs a little bit more. So I definitely have varied taste, but I would say maybe I have I'm more of a fan of the slightly younger, newer country artists, but I appreciate the older stuff too.
Yeah. Are you a concert person?
Yes.
Okay. Favorite country performance you've seen live?
I really liked Florida Georgia Line when they were still together. That was probably.
Are they not still together?
No,
they broke up?
They have split up since. But I saw Florida Georgia Line back in 2017, and that was an incredible concert. Yeah, that was definitely my favorite.
Bucket list, you could see one as your next show. Who would you?
Ooh, that's a good question. See, now you are putting me on the spot. Maybe who do I want to see next? Somebody that I would love to see next is Kelsey Ballerini.
Okay.
She's somebody that I love her stuff. I really like the song she's come out with recently. If she could be next on my country music concert list, I would be very happy with that.
That works. I'm sure, the beauty of being in Texas is that so many of these acts come through here. So
true.
I don't know when she's.
I don't know Kelsey's tour schedule, but maybe she's coming through.
Kelsey, if you're listening, stop in DFW. All right, Laura, I want to go back to your childhood. We're not going to do some shrinking psycho assessment here, but when you think back to your childhood, what are things or what is something that stands out to you?
Yeah, so I grew up in Bishop, California. So it's the eastern part of California by Nevada, very isolated and rural. It's a town of about 3,000 people. In the 40 square mile radius, you can get up to like 10,000-ish, but truly like very isolated because, if you want to go to a shopping mall, a Costco, anything, you're driving 3.5, 4 hours to get there. So there's not much around it. Even like when we would play other high school teams in sports, you're on a road trip. Like you leave at, 1 in the afternoon to get there for a 5 p.m. game or whatever it is.
So it's kind of like Stanford being in the ACC, except instead of flying across the country, you're just driving.
Yeah, you're driving across the state.
Okay.
And the reason, though, why it was so isolated is because, like, you'll look at a map of California and you'll be like, I didn't even realize that, if you were driving east, that you had 7 hours to go that direction. And you actually do because of the mountains. And so the reason why it takes so long to get places is because Bishop is between two 14,000-foot peaks. So it's on the eastern entrance to Yosemite, and then you have the White Mountains to the east of you. So I just grew up in this beautiful area, like between like enormous mountains. Like it makes, Denver and those mountains look small. But no, it was a really interesting place to grow up. And my family was in agriculture. So we own an alfalfa farm there, and it's been in my family for a while. My grandfather was the one who bought it. And my dad is now the one that runs it. And yeah, I think it's just a different upbringing than I think a lot of people think of when they think of California. But when I think of my childhood, I think of, riding horses, being on our farm, and just kind of being in a small town. Yeah, definitely a unique experience that I now think back on with a lot of more appreciation for. I think in the moment there were definitely challenges that came with that, but I think those are all part of what has made me who I am today, so I'm grateful for all of it.
Quick breaking news: Kelsey Ballerini is going to be in Fort Worth on February 26th.
Oh my gosh, that's soon.
Yeah, I think you'll be here.
I think I'll be here. I was just thinking, I'm like, when am I coming back from spring training?
Yeah.
I think I'll be back.
Yeah. We're going out to spring training
Yeah.
tomorrow. And Laura's going to come back and
go to Kelsey Ballerini.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Well, that's good to know. You mentioned the alfalfa farm. Was that, it might be an ignorant question, but did you grow up with like a lot of chores out on the farm on a daily basis? Like, did you roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty, or was that more like machinery and
It was a lot of machinery.
Okay.
So a lot of machinery, and I started working more. We called it the ranch because it's technically a farm because we're like growing alfalfa, but the name of it is Zach Ranch, which is confusing. So I always think of it as the ranch. But when I would go out to the ranch, and when I got older, that's when I started driving tractors. I drove swathers, and then when I got a little bit older, I started driving balers. So I would do that in the summertime when I wasn't in school. But when I did have chores, so it's interesting because I would have chores that were more around our house because we did have a lot of animals. Like we had, like horses, goats, pigs. You can like whatever animal you can think of, we probably had it.
Like like dogs
and normal ones too. Like we had
monkeys?
2 dogs. No. Okay, yeah, it's not that crazy. No, nothing like that. But like goats, pigs, horses, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, so I definitely had a lot of chores, like raking manure, that sort of thing. But it makes you tougher, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like, who can say that they had horses in their front yard growing up? There's not a lot of people that get to have that experience.
You are in a state in which more people would probably raise their hand to that than not.
True. True.
More people than other states, but I am not one of them.
Yes. It's still a unique experience.
Yeah, absolutely. When I went out to school in California, I had people seriously ask me. I thought they were joking at first. They legitimately were curious if I rode my horse to school, because I think there's just like the stereotype of Texas where it's just dirt roads and tumbleweeds and everything. But that is definitely a unique experience.
I love those videos of like drive anything but a car to school today, and like you see like the tractors pulling up in the parking lots and everything.
You could do that.
We could have done it, although our parking lot in high school was pretty tight. I don't think
anything
other than a car would have fit. I did drive an F-250 long bed to school, so I definitely had the biggest car in the parking lot, which was kind of funny because I'm a pretty small person. But yeah, that was pretty close.
All right. Well, Laura Stickles is joining us. She is the new field reporter for the Texas Rangers. We're super excited to have her. She is also a collegiate national champion. We'll get into that when we come back after this. But first, I want to remind you that a group outing is a great way to catch a Rangers game in 2025. More teams coming to the ballpark this season. It is the third year of the new schedule, so every team comes to Globe Life Field at least once every 2 years. So if it's a National League team that was a road opponent for the Rangers last year, that means they'll be in town this year, plus all the regular American League foes. You can check out the group options at rangers.com/group. So bring your group of 15 or more out to Globe Life Field this season. All right, when we come back, we will catch up more with Laura Stickles after this. This is Rangers Hot Stove on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts.
Go to experimentrhinodallas.com to see our live entertainer lineup in real time on our visual roll call. That's experimentrhinodallas.com. Experiment Rhino Dallas. 2 Dallas locations, 1 big Rhino party.
Laura Stickles, it's Jim Kane with the Woo Sox. Congratulations, my friend, on a well-deserved opportunity with the Rangers. You're going to absolutely crush it, and you'll get to see some familiar faces very soon against the Red Sox on opening day next month. Congrats again. You're going to be awesome, and I hope you bring Sunday snacks to Arlington.
This is Eric Galanti, one of the play-by-play voices for Hockey East on Nesson up here in New England. We all just want to send our congratulations to Laura for her new job here with the Texas Rangers. You guys are going to love her. She does such a good job. I've gotten to work with her the last couple of years. She's really good at asking the questions that you're thinking as a fan. She's going to get all the stories that you want to know. It's been really fun working with her the last couple of years, and she's going to do great. And I think you guys are going to be really excited about her. So, Laura, congratulations to you, and we can't wait to watch from up here in New England.
Hey, Laura, it's Doe. I remember all the way back in college being a little surprised when you talked about walking onto a national championship rowing team. And a couple of years ago, I remember being really surprised when you talked about moving up to Alaska to start a journalism career. But I got to say, all these years later, there's nothing at all that surprises me about the fact that you're down there in Texas taking this next step in your career, because nobody I know works harder or cares more or deserves this more than you do. So welcome to the big leagues. It's a deserved one. Keep killing it down there in Texas, and I can't wait to see all the things you do next.
How about that?
That is probably one of the nicest things anybody has ever done for me. Thank you so much for, oh my gosh, for Jim, Eric, Doe, everybody that just spoke have been such influential people in my career, and I'm blown away. I almost cried when I heard Jim Kane's voice was the first one that came over the speakers in here, and I almost cried. And then, the fact that you got Eric and Doe on as well. I mean, I truly, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Doe. He was the one that really, pushed me to go after this. And there were so many times when I wanted to give up, and he told me to keep going. And same with Jim Kane, too. I remember there were so many times in Worcester when I was gosh, the grind of minor league baseball, as you know, is a tough one. And he was always there and told me to keep going. So that was incredible. Thank you.
Yeah, I tried to get one of the sled dogs from Alaska, but they, I guess they didn't have service. Otherwise, they maybe would have recorded a message too. But want to make you feel at home. Some of the stops along the way, as you just mentioned. And Doe kind of buried the tease there. I mentioned national champion, and I didn't even realize that he mentioned it in his little message to you. But we're talking with Laura Stickles, who is now a part of the Rangers broadcast family, is a field reporter alongside Emily Jones. And you, like Dave Raymond, come from Stanford. But unlike Dave Raymond, you were a national champion at Stanford. Can you enlighten us on this?
Yes. So I want to preface with the team that I was on would have won the national championship with or without me. I was not the ringer on the team by any count, but I walked on to Stanford's lightweight rowing team in the middle of my Stanford experience. So I actually, going back to how I said I was from Bishop and grew up with horses in my front yard, I actually was on the equestrian team, which was a club team at Stanford my freshman year. I even was able to bring my horse to campus because Stanford has this massive barn, which is another thing that most people can't say that they did was, bring their horse with them to college. But I did. But the club equestrian team at Stanford was not a fit for me, not because they weren't awesome girls that were on that team, but I have always just been a very focused, dedicated, competitive person that likes to challenge themselves. And I didn't feel like I was getting that from a club sport, which totally makes sense. If you're a club athlete, you should not be dedicating your life to your sport. That's probably not the area for that. But I just felt like I was missing something. And that's when I was you know what? I think I want to try rowing because I had heard so many things about it. I didn't grow up around water. Obviously, I was from the desert. But I had heard so many things about it and how hard it was and how challenging it was. And there was just a piece of me that was I wonder if I could do it. And it wasn't even so much as I wanted to compete against other people, as it was like I wanted to challenge myself and see what I was capable of. And I remember at first, though, it was quite a story because I didn't actually think, though, that I would have been in good enough shape to be able to row, to like actually be on it this national, because they had won the national championship before I had even gotten there. So the girls that I graduated with won 4 straight national championships, which was crazy.
So you're just a ring chaser.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You're right. No, I'm just kidding. So with the lightweight team, that I was on the lightweight team because for it's still a varsity team, but if you're a lightweight rower, you have to be 130 pounds the day before you race. And if you see me, I'm a pretty small person. I'm 5'4", and at the time I was much below 130 pounds. And I thought, like, okay, well, maybe I could, if you know anything about rowing, that there's a coxswain that like sits in the front of the boat and just kind of like gives orders throughout the row. It's like, okay, well, maybe I could do that. And then I go to the first day of walk-on tryouts, and the coach kind of like looks me up and down. She's like, I don't think, no, you're going to row. Like, you look like an athlete. I think you can row. And I was like, oh my gosh, what did I just get myself into? But no, she was right. And I'm glad she said that, because I think I just, at the time, didn't have the confidence in myself to think that I could be on that team and actually be like a rower on that team. But she was right. And what I loved about that experience is, the national championships were cool, but I think the fact that I got so much faster, and there was never a piece that I didn't PR. Like, there was never a piece that I didn't set a new personal record on, because the work you put into rowing, you really do see the results of that, especially in your first couple of years of doing the sport. And I think what was cool for me is that the times that I was pulling at the end, I never imagined that I would have been capable of doing at the beginning. And so to see myself really dedicate myself to something and see the result that came out of that was really cool to me. And I got to be on a team with some incredible athletes, some incredible coaches. Our head coach, Kate Burkdoe, she was an Olympian in 2016 in Rio. To be coached by her and Joan Buck, who were the 2 coaches on the team. I'm so grateful for them, and I wouldn't be the person that I am if it wasn't for that experience.
Well, you are the new person in the group, but you're the only national champion, so you need to be sure to hold that over our heads at the appropriate time, like when Dave shoves you in the back or something, or does something where there's like tenure involved. Just let him know you're a national champion. He's not.
The biggest comeback I think I ever had was I was working for a hockey team a couple of years ago who was competing for a national championship. And somebody asked me, do you think you're going to get a ring? And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get one of their rings, but that's okay. I already have my own.
How'd they respond?
I think I don't normally
know what to say. Yeah.
I don't normally talk about being a national champion. Like, I don't bring it up personally very often. But it is like on my resume and stuff. So I guess some people, find it. So I think when I said that, I think that they were surprised. They're like, what? Like, you have a ring? And I was like, yes, I have won my own national championship. Thank you very much.
Well, that's quite the accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How much of a role did sports play growing up? I mean, did you play a lot of different sports? Did you come from a sports family? When did sports come into your life, and in what way?
Yeah, I'm definitely, I would say, and I don't mean this in like any negative way towards my family, but I am the most probably athletic one in my family, or just the most sports motivated person in my family. Growing up, like I said, I rode horses growing up. I also grew up being between these 2 14,000-foot peaks. I grew up by a ski resort. So I did ski race growing up. So ski racing was probably like the main thing that I did. I was always like a good athlete, but the thing that looking back, I wish I had done more of, and it was just never really something that my family kind of pushed me to, was team sports. Like, I wish I had done something. I wish I had done more soccer. I wish I had done more basketball. Like, I think that I really would have enjoyed those sports a lot. Although that being said, Bishop, where I am from, it's not really like a sports powerhouse because it is so small and the resources are so limited. So ski racing was the sport because it was by the ski resort, and the Mammoth ski team is a great ski team in the U.S. That was probably the sport that I was able to take the most seriously, being from the area. So I think that's probably why they kind of pushed me in that direction. But yeah, that was my kind of background in sports growing up. And I did swim in high school. I should add that too. I would never really swam before, but I decided to start swimming halfway through my high school experience
Hey, let's try this really difficult sport and pick it up in the middle and probably crush it and win a national championship.
I didn't crush swimming at all, but I will say the one stroke that I was good at was backstroke.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know, very random, but I was much faster at backstroke than any of the other ones.
Who, from a broadcasting standpoint, when did that come into the picture, and who were some of your influences, people you watched, or people that, not to be overly dramatic, but maybe inspired you to pursue this line of work?
Yeah, so I really became more interested in sports and sports media and just watching sports as a fan when I was in high school. And I was always very academically motivated, and I was, more of a nerd, so to speak. I was doing, history competitions and speech contests and all those sorts of things. And I think it was when I was in high school, and my sister went to Stanford before me. So she went to Stanford when Andrew Luck was there, and I think Jim Harbaugh, I think it was his last year as head coach at the time when she was a freshman. And so that's when I started watching sports, because I started watching Stanford football. And I got really invested in Pac-12 football because I realized that was a way for me to kind of connect with my peers who, until that point, I didn't really feel like I had as many common interests with. So getting to talk with them about college football, a lot of people where I'm from are USC or Oregon fans. I was probably the only Stanford fan in my high school. But that was really fun for me. And that was when I first started thinking, maybe I would want to pursue a career in something like this. And, you see the women on TV that are either hosting or sideline reporters. And I kind of remember watching them at the time and thinking maybe I would want to do something like that. And as I've gone through this industry, I hear that story over and over again, where typically people, when they start out, the first thing that they want to do is be a sideline reporter or a host, but then they realize, there's so many other things that you can do in the sports industry that aren't on TV, and they decide that they want to do one of those things instead. And for me, I just always kept coming back to wanting to be a reporter or to wanting to do something on television. I had tried many different things. I honestly tried to find interests away from it because it is such a challenging career, but I kept coming back to it. And I think some of the people who inspired me, one, you heard him in that, recording you played earlier, was definitely Doe. He's not only been a great friend, but also, a mentor and definitely an inspiration to me, as well as when I started at Pac-12 and just, following the Pac-12 so closely. Ashley Adamson was somebody that I looked up to a lot. She was the host at Pac-12 Networks for a long time until the networks shut down. And now she's at Big Ten, but she was somebody that was always kind of in my corner, and she always gave me great advice, even when it was stuff that I didn't want to hear. She always she's a straight shooter, which I appreciated about her. But she was really the one that told me, when I was offered this job in Alaska, she was really the one that was you have to take it. If you don't take it, you're going to spend the rest of your life wondering what would have happened if you did. And you have this opportunity in front of you, and you're saying you want to go after these things. So just go and do it. So those are the people that really stick out to me.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I got to ask you, I had every intention of talking to Little Rangers, but I got to quickly ask you about Alaska. What was that experience like, or what was the most holy cow, Alaska part of it? Or I don't know. Someone asked you about Alaska. What jumps out?
I'll tell you two things. Okay. I'll start with the first, which was the Yukon Quest, which is there's 2,000-mile sled dog races in Alaska. One is the Iditarod, which more people are familiar with. The other one is the Quest. Now, what's interesting about the two is the Iditarod is more popular, but it's also known by mushers for being a little bit easier because it starts in March, so it's a little bit warmer, and it's in a more temperate area of the state climate-wise. And there's more checkpoints. There's twice as many checkpoints in the Iditarod as there are in the Yukon Quest, which makes a difference because that means you have to go farther between checkpoint, which is an added level of difficulty. So I actually covered the Quest, which is considered to be Fairbanks' race, which was the city that I was in. Two main cities are Fairbanks and Anchorage. I was in Fairbanks, and it starts in Fairbanks and ends in Whitehorse, Yukon, and then they alternate starts every year. And I got to cover it the year I was there. It started in Fairbanks. So I got to cover all of the checkpoints up to the Canadian border. And that was such an incredible experience. I mean, I have never reported in any conditions like it. It was 40 below, like minus 40 degrees. And you were outside covering these mushers as they're coming into the checkpoints. It's so cold that you cannot write in pen because your pen's free, so you have to write in pencil. You can't record anything because your recorders die immediately, your phones die immediately. I was taking pictures and like your camera shutter freezes shut, so like that becomes an issue. And there's also no internet on top of all of that. There's no internet and you're like suffering in the cold. But you just learn how to deal with all those things and you tough it out. And it was one of those experiences, kind of like I said about rowing, where it's like, when I went up there to Alaska, I was kind of wondering, I'm like, am I capable of surviving up here? Like, can I do it? And to be able to report on an event like that was something that took a lot of toughness and taught me a lot just about like figuring things out on the fly. That was a big one. And then the other one, which just I can't forget, and I'm mentioning it because of the Rangers, is the Midnight Sun baseball game, which is played on the summer solstice. With no lights. It starts at 10 p.m. They play it without any lights, just the light of the sun, and it's always beautiful. Like you look to the left, out to left field, and there's usually a sunset out there, and then you look out to right field, and there's usually a rainbow on that side, and it is just incredible. And the amount of passion that people in that city feel for that game is indescribable.
Yeah, I bet. I've heard so much about it, and I don't know that I'll ever get to experience that, but that would be something cool to get to try or get to check out at some point. Laura, we're super excited to have you on board, and I know we're both heading out to Arizona tomorrow and excited for the season to start, but it's going to be a lot of fun, and thanks for taking time to chat with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. This was fun.
Yeah, there you go. That's Laura Stickles, now a part of the Rangers broadcasting family. You're going to be hearing and seeing a lot of Laura this season and for years to come, and we're really thrilled that she is a part of the team. When we come back, we are going to chat with Robert Garcia, new left-handed pitcher for the Rangers. That is coming up next. Rangers Hot Stove on the home of the Rangers, 105.3. The Fan continues after this.
The Tolo, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Rangers Hot Stove on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler with you. Here in a second, we're going to chat with one of the newest Rangers, Robert Garcia. But first, I want to remind you that season ticket packages are available. You can catch all the matchups throughout the 2025 season and enjoy all the benefits of being a Rangers season ticket holder by going to rangers.com/season tickets. All right, well, the Rangers made a ton of moves this offseason, and they did a lot to try and fortify and strengthen the bullpen. And one of the moves the Rangers made was acquiring Robert Garcia in a trade with the Washington Nationals. And I know the Rangers really expect Robert to take a pretty big responsibility in some of the leverage situations in that Rangers bullpen. And right now, he is so kind to join us from Arizona. Robert, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
So I mentioned this earlier in the show. Whenever there's a free agent acquisition, I always ask, why Texas? Well, you didn't have that choice. You were traded to the Rangers. So I guess I'm curious, what was your reaction when you found out that you had been involved in a trade?
I feel like anytime you get traded, it's a little bit of shock. But once I found out it was the Rangers, I got to come to Globe Life last year and play here. And I was like, when you see a stadium like that, you definitely want to play in it. And so I was very excited. I was really pumped to be part of this group of guys that want to go ahead and here and win a World Series. So I was excited.
I know, Robert, some guys, when they're playing, they know what's going on with their team and maybe some of their division opponents, but not much else. And then other guys, they've got MLB Network on at their home and before and after games. I'm not sure where you fall in that, but I guess I'm curious, how much have you followed the Rangers beyond just knowing that they won the World Series a couple years ago? But how much do you follow baseball when during the season, and how much or how familiar were you with maybe the roster and the situation you were entering into?
That I was not familiar with. That was something I had to find out and do some digging. But I guess during the season, I follow teams, but when you're playing baseball so much, it's hard to keep your mind on it the entire time when you go home. So I'm a guy that kind of shuts it off once I leave the field. So I didn't know too much about the Rangers and just had to learn from what we were coming into.
And we had to learn about you, Robert. And one of the really cool things, I think everybody's got a story, right? And some people are like Wyatt Langford. They get drafted and they're in the big leagues less than a year later. And then we talked to Kyle Higashioka last week, and Kyle spent around a decade in the minors before he became a big leaguer. Your story is really unique. And I think sometimes with stories like yours, maybe details fall through the cracks. So I'd love to ask you to just kind of explain how, I guess, the story of how you accidentally didn't retire when you thought maybe you were, headed that way, and then ended up getting a lifeline to keep playing and decided that maybe you should give it another crack. But do you mind kind of walking us through everything surrounding that story?
Yeah, no problem. It's kind of a story with a lot of details, but pretty much what happened was 21 was a rough season for me. I just had a newborn baby. Being away from home was tough, and then I decided that I just felt like it was the best thing for me to retire at the moment. And so when I went to go submit my paperwork, I submitted everything. Long story short, there was a process in the paperwork to where I was put on a Rule 5 roster when I shouldn't have been. And then I was selected in the Rule 5 drafts. So basically, how I was told was that I was never supposed to be put on a roster. I was just supposed to be my paperwork was just supposed to be submitted. And since I was on the roster on one of the minor league Rule 5 phases, I had to attend. So before they were able to submit my paperwork for retirement. So, fast forward 3 months after I had already submitted my paperwork, was at my job, just on my computer, and I got, a call from my agent. My phone started blowing up, and all of a sudden, they, told me that I was going to be a Miami Marlin. And then from there it was, and I had a decision of if I was going to still retire or if I was going to go give it one more shot. After talking to my family and my wife, and it was kind of, we were thinking, maybe this is God's way of telling you, like, hey, this is you get another shot right here. Like, maybe you're not done yet, kind of thing. And so, I took my opportunity, and it was like a fresh start. It was like a fresh breath of air. And so once I went to Miami, I learned a lot of things about myself on and off the field, and I started to see some success that I want, and just the love for the game came back for me. And once that combination comes together, it's always a recipe for success. And then fast forward to 23 from there, performed really well. Got called up, was put on waivers, and then picked up by the Nationals, and then had a lot of good opportunities with the Nationals and pitched really well, and now I'm here.
It's really a remarkable story, and there's so many versions of that story where you go back and play, and you don't end up not only just as a major leaguer, but a guy that a team targeted in the offseason to try and help them win as a World Series contender, which is obviously what the Rangers intend to be. Would you say some of the changes you made were more on the physical side or the mental side, just getting that second lease of a baseball life, or were there legitimate physical things that changed or improved or that you altered that allowed you to take steps forward?
That's a good question. There's both. Definitely from a mental side of learning a lot about myself, but from a physical side also, when I went to Miami, I learned a lot about how good I really was from an analytical perspective of like, okay, hey, this is how good your changeup grades out. This is how good your slider is. This is how good your fastball is. And then from there, it was like I always use this analogy because I think it's the best one I've heard, is like, your career is like a puzzle. You put puzzle pieces together to make the best version of yourself. And so I always had really good stuff, but did I know why I was good? No, until I got to Miami and I understood and started to dive deeper on my stuff in general and how I pitch. And once I started putting those puzzle pieces together and learning so much about myself, how good my changeup was, how many times I'm able to throw it, how many times I'm able to throw my heater back to back, the art of just getting ahead, the importance of winning 1-1 counts, all that stuff combined completed my puzzle to bring me to the next level and to get to the big leagues. And then once I got to the big leagues, I continued to have, my process that got me there. And then I was like, oh my God, this works. This is who I am. This is the piece to my puzzle. And then, from there you just build confidence and you keep going. And you're never afraid to learn and add a new piece to your puzzle. But for me, it was the big part. It was understanding how good I really was. One from an analytical perspective, mental perspective, and just physical perspective in general. That has been a huge recipe for me for my success, and I only want to carry it forward, and looking forward to a good year.
Robert, it's interesting you mentioned the analytical side, because when the Rangers acquired you, I was looking at your numbers, and I think we have a lot of data available now that allows us to maybe project out with larger sample sizes, but I think that's especially relevant for a reliever, because anyone who's followed baseball, and for those who maybe are a little newer to the sport, a reliever, some of the back of the baseball card numbers for a reliever can be a little deceiving. One bad outing for a reliever can totally skew your ERA for a year. If you get hung out to dry and one outing and give up 7 or 8 runs, it's tough for a reliever to erase that, whereas a starter's got a larger sample size. And the thing that really stood out was how dominant some of your numbers that maybe you wouldn't find on the back of the baseball card are, that maybe would be a little bit more relevant for a pitcher to inform them or advise them on how they are actually doing. And so I guess my question, long-winded way of asking, over the course of the season, how much do you look at that stuff and maybe not the standard stats to give you an idea of how you are performing?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that's totally true. That was, that's kind of was what my year was like. You look at, the scoreboard and the ERA might be a little skewed, but you realize where you are in the moment. And I think that's the biggest thing I've learned is that there's a process to everything you do. You can't live off the last outing. You can't live off the next. You can't live off of, the bad ones, and you can't just ride the good ones whenever it happens. You have to stay even killed. And what I've always, in the last couple of years, I've tracked the three metrics that I've always tracked that have always kept me even killed was, am I getting ahead? Am I winning when one counts? And is my overall strike percentage relatively the same as both of those two numbers I've just said in the beginning? Am I able to put guys away? Am I giving away opportunities to put guys away? Like, is it a 1-2 count and I'm throwing a slider that's just over the middle of the plate and the guy's popping up? Yeah, great. But are we giving ourselves the best recipe for success by executing when we have two strikes? And I think once I realized that when you track those things in my process and if I'm successful with those things and I'm attacking the zone, that's part of my game. If I play my game, I'm going to have success. Yeah, it may not show it because of one outing maybe blew up. But that's why they have peripherals analytics in baseball. There's not one statistic shows the entire pitcher or the entire year. So those are my main three that I look at and say, okay, if I'm doing that, I'm one, giving my team a chance to win, giving myself the best recipe for success, and I'm attacking the zone. And yeah, that's honestly the three that I look at the most.
All right, last one, Robert, and then we'll let you go. It's early in camp and lots of precautions taken. I think a lot of Rangers fans just want to know how you're feeling. I know not throwing right now, but hopefully getting ready to ramp back up here soon. And as a reliever, you got plenty of time to ramp up. But how are you feeling, and how excited are you to get back out on the mound?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, obviously there's some precautionary reason with my nerve, but I threw today and everything was great. So we're trending forward, and like you said, there is a lot of time. It's just about being efficient with your time and making sure you're ready to go. It's a long season. You want to make sure you give yourself the best recipe for health and success for the entire year. So, I feel good and I'm ready to go. A couple more days to catch, we'll get on the mound, and then we'll be ready to go.
All right, Robert. Well, thanks so much for taking time with us tonight. Wishing you a great season ahead, and excited to watch you work in a Rangers uniform.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me.
There you go. That's Robert Garcia, acquired this offseason, and one of the late inning options for Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Hey, just want to quickly remind you before we sign off about Family Fun Tuesdays. You can save 50% on select tickets for Tuesday games using the offer code COKE50. That's COKE50. You'll get a $30 meal for four and parking for just $10. You can meet Rangers coaches and players at their autograph section. Go to Rangers.com using offer code COKE50 to take advantage of Family Fun Tuesdays. Well, I want to thank Laura Stickles for coming in studio with us. I want to thank Ross Lubinsky and Robert Garcia for joining us here moments ago. And I want to thank you for tuning in. We will be back with you next week live from Surprise. So Rangers Hot Stove continues as we work towards opening day. That's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks so much for being with us here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Roger that,
The Fan is on YouTube, Twitch, smart speaker. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a thick Thursday. What a week it has been. We are finally starting to, distance ourselves from the 2024 NFL football season. Yes, we've still got draft. Yes, we've still got free agency. And yes, we're going to hear plenty about what the Dallas Cowboys may and may not do over the next few months as we rock and roll towards another year of Dallas Cowboys football. And we're going to hear from Micah Parsons here later on in the program. And I'll tell you what, maybe if we get more Micah energy, just maybe, your Dallas Cowboys might make a move and be a little more aggressive than what we've seen than in recent years. But before we get to all that, let's introduce the show. That gentleman to my right, rocking the lavender hoodie. Nobody rocks lavender quite like the phenom, Mr. Blake Elliott.
Hola, amigo. I thought with Valentine's Day upon us, I'd start
Say that
rocking.
again, I'm sorry? Because I feel like that's why people are texting in.
Valentine's?
Yes, because it sounds like you're saying Valentine's.
Well, Valentine's.
No, it's Tyne. It's an N, not an M.
Valentine's.
There you go. When you enunciate it, it sounds Valentine's, but every now and again, I think that's why people are saying you're saying Valentine's.
Okay,
what
Valentine's upon us.
Okay, see, that's what you see. There you go. See, there you go. Just being that guy, just being adversarial. People call me abrasive. I feel like you're subtly abrasive.
Are we starting this on over?
Oh, we're starting.
Why is this mic
What
on?
happened?
Do we have a ghost over there?
What is going on? Dude, I'm telling, that's what's happening around here. And you wonder why my microphone turned off accidentally yesterday.
It's late night. I think all the shows we're watching are starting.
What happened to that golf ball yesterday?
So if you didn't listen yesterday, we had a golf ball mysteriously roll down the ramp. It's at a height.
Out of nowhere.
We had Fred's mic turn off in the middle of him talking.
Seriously.
James tried to gaslight
now, that
you.
could have been Jay. That could have been. I almost called him by his nickname that apparently he doesn't like anymore.
Almost called him Jay Boogie.
Almost.
Maybe that's where the ghost is coming from. Every time we say Jay Boogie,
that's it. All of a sudden,
he's haunting us.
Comes out of nowhere. Ross Lubinsky is behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. I feel bad because Ross is the only guy who doesn't have a nickname.
Well, I think his last name is so extravagant, Lubinsky.
I was going to say he's got such a great name already. In Ross Lubinsky, it's almost, it's unique enough in its own right.
Well, and I've played with the idea of having a stage name, right? Because
only surprised you don't already have one.
Well, the reason I say that is because at my last job, I had a coworker who had a stage name. I can't remember what her last name
club,
was.
Or where were you?
No. It was effectively what we're doing here. Local. Sports radio
Just
station.
not on the scale.
Because could have been cool if you'd have said you worked at a strip club. I mean, I wouldn't have knocked you for it.
No. I mean, if I had, I wish I could have railed off some of the names that of the strip clubs around in the area. But no. But yeah, I thought about the idea. But when you include my middle name of Wade, not Wayne, but Wade, Ross Wade Lubinsky, I feel like it just rolls off the tongue.
That's it. Old Ross Lubinsky in the house doing what it do on a thick Thursday night. And, the beauty of a Thursday night is, there's a couple things that are great about Thursdays. Number one, it's kind of the unofficial start to the weekend, because you got a lot of folks that are still either working from home, doing the whole hybrid thing. And so, Thursday night, especially for folks that are working from home on a Friday, you're definitely going out on a Thursday night. All right, you are definitely going out on a Thursday night. That's just the reality of it. In fact, I would ask you, Mr. Blake Elliott, before, and you as well, Ross Lubinsky, if you're not doing sports radio on a Thursday night, Fan After Dark style, are you two lads gallivanting about town?
Nope. I'd be at the house. Probably watching the show that I was watching before I got here. I would be watching another episode, and then I'd be watching a little Dallas Mavericks
on the other screen.
Mavs are on right now, down 1 point to the Miami Heat.
So you don't ever go out on a Thursday?
I don't go out in general.
Okay.
Yeah, not really much of an out body anymore. That was more of my younger days. Honestly, when I turned...
Says the 25-year-old. Seriously. My younger days.
My younger days.
Last week?
6 months ago? What are we talking about here?
What are we doing?
Okay, time is relative to the user.
Okay.
All right.
What's this?
And when I turned 24, there was just no. What am I going out for?
Life changed, huh?
Yeah. Just
different world you're living in.
Don't really have a reason to grinding.
Yeah.
I could be studying tape.
The grind doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Work for others.
That's it.
Some folks, some folks can be like addicted to drugs, like alcohol, but Blake here.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Grind.
Addicted to drugs. Have an alcohol problem.
I'm looking at you, Fred Davis, and at least that's just the stories I've heard. But you're married to the grind. That's what you're addicted to.
What quote did I put on my Instagram story today?
Well, go ahead and tell us. Go for the folks that don't know. And by the way, if you're not following Blake on IG, shame on you because you should be. Tell the folks at home because we always give out our Twitter accounts, which is at the Freddie D with the Y, at Blake Live __. But where are you at on the old IG?
Same thing.
I love the consistency. So, and ironically enough, I'm also at the Freddie D on Instagram. So go to your IG, go to your Twitter at Blake Live __ at the Freddie D with a Y. Ross, where are you at on the old socials these days?
It varies, but I want to say my Instagram.
Give us your burner account.
No, I cannot. I cannot.
NSFW.
No, on Instagram, I am the true Hawkeye.
I love it. I follow Ross.
Gosh, I love arrows.
Me and Ross are friends on IG.
I got to follow him now. All right.
You're not missing out on a whole much. Unless you like following someone who hasn't posted in over 5 years.
Don't feel bad. I'm still doing roofing stuff in Houston on mine, so I really need to update mine.
I've told you that every day.
Yeah, you did. I'm guilty. I'll do that this weekend because obviously Sunday we've got no football to watch, so plenty of work that can get done.
Well, speaking of on the grind, on my Instagram story, I put something out that I think all of us need to adhere to. I put this right here: build your own dreams, or someone else will hire you to build theirs.
Damn, that's deep.
Why do I feel like that's like a Tumblr post from like 2012?
Pinterest from a couple years ago.
All right, if you can guess the leading scorer for the Dallas Mavericks.
MindsetMentality.com.
If you can guess the leading scorer for the Dallas Mavericks, I'll give you a bell ring.
Ooh, Jaden Hardy.
Now, I will tell you this. I'll help you out. Derek Lively, out.
Oh, wow.
Caleb Martin, out.
Didn't see that one coming.
Daniel Gafford, out. P.J. Washington, out.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Give us the ones that
Dwight
we didn't
Powell,
expect.
Out. Anthony Davis, out.
Wow.
Klay Thompson, out. Kyrie Irving, out. So I just listed pretty much the whole team.
What about Luka?
Out indefinitely. So here are the players that are available to play tonight. Omax Prosper, Dante Exum.
Who's our starting five?
Our starting five was...
Let me guess. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Wait. I'm going to pull it up because I was about to just guess.
Well, you figure Spence, right?
Okay, I got the starting five. Okay.
Spence, okay. Max Christie.
Yes.
Omax.
Yes.
Kessler Edwards.
Yes. One more.
Let's go with Dante Exum. Oh! Here we go. Huh? And I got to give my hats off to Blake Elliott for not only providing us with cheesy motivational quotes, but, really making me step up my basketball game this year.
We got you.
All right. I'll tell you what, I have been more plugged in NBA-wise this year than probably since, I don't know, a decade at least.
Let's go.
Now, college basketball, I'm always plugged in because obviously my Jayhawks, even though this year they're a disaster.
And isn't that crazy because the NBA suck this year?
It's been rough. It's been
a lot of drama, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Dramatic-wise, okay, let's put it this way. From a game standpoint, like quality of basketball, yes, it's left a lot to be desired.
Storylines.
From a what we do,
yeah.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot to really dive into one way or the other. So, no, from that standpoint, and let's call it what it is. I mean, it's a lot easier when you are covering one basketball team and, when you've got a team that's, been as dramatic and as fluctuated as wildly as your Dallas Mavericks have.
All right, leading scorer is who?
Ross, you want to take? I mean, I got the top five, so you want to take a stab at this before I jump in?
The other players that weren't named that are a possible answer: Najee Marshall, Kyler Kelly, Jaden Hardy, and Brandon Williams. Those are 9 available players.
Najee is, I guess, banished to the bench, although he's playing right now. So I mean, he's getting his minutes though. So let's not act like even though he may not be starting, he's still getting quality minutes. I'm going to go with Spence.
Spencer Dinwiddie in 12 minutes has 5 points. He is third on the team in scoring.
Ross Lubinsky.
Not Q-Dot because we just traded him.
He's no longer with the team.
Najee Marshall. Just because you said that he's like basically been banished, I'm gonna guess him.
7 minutes, 2 points.
Ooh,
heck
rough
yeah.
Rough go. Let's go with Max Christie.
I mean, Mr. Consistent.
That's all this guy does.
Max Christie's worst game with the Dallas Mavericks right now is 15.
I was going to say, this guy's been a bucket since he's been here.
15 plus every game since you've had Max Christie. He's your leading scorer right now with 7 points. Omax has 6 points. Dinwiddie, as I mentioned earlier, has 5. Exum's knocked in 2 buckets. And Kyler Kelly, in 3 minutes, already has 4 points and 2 rebounds.
Just a body out there. I mean, that's what he is right now. But
literally, the second you said that name, I was like, "Oh, that's a Dallas Maverick."
That is a Dallas Maverick with his team-issued pink shoes, which apparently anybody that's...
Here we go, Spencer Dinwiddie.
Spence.
Dante Exum scared to shoot.
Hey, the Australian wonder himself, the Thunder from down under.
Are you glad
Dante
that
Exum.
J Kidd gave Clay and Kyrie the day off? I am.
Oh, I mean, look. Well, first of all, Kyrie for sure.
I mean,
Kyrie played 40 minutes last night, whatever
42,
it is.
Yeah.
And,
but he scored 42. I think he played more than that. Like, I'll give it to you in a second.
He scored 42.
No, that's right. That's what it was. Oh, he played. I think he played like 39 or 40 minutes. I think is what it was. He's played a boatload of minutes. I mean, ever since the Luka trade, and
40 minutes.
40 minutes, right? So he scored 42 and 40 last night. I mean, he's your team right now. You had to give him a break tonight. Especially and again, since he got added to the All-Star game, that's probably another reason why they went ahead and played him or went ahead and put him on the bench tonight.
Kyrie Irving has played 5 straight games of 40 minutes.
Yeah. So, way to go, Nico. Way to take the load off of Kyrie by trading Luka, bringing in oft-injured Anthony Davis, and then adding just that much more of a burden.
The only time Kyrie hasn't played 35 plus minutes in the last 2 weeks was January 27th versus Washington, where he played 28.
Yeah, and they were beating him by 50 all night long. So, I mean, that game was over after the first quarter.
I mean, he's playing 40 plus, 35 plus every night.
Yeah, and let's see how sustainable that is.
Yeah. And then also I'll do that, and then when we get to the playoffs, take it to another level and beat everybody.
Yeah, if you're not beat up already. Now, look, I get it, and I think it was one of the MFFL accounts that tweeted this out earlier today. And, God bless all the, Mavs Twitter. I mean, you guys do a fantastic job. I want to say Mavs Twitter is the second biggest group on Twitter after Rockets Twitter. So shout out to Texas, representing as always. But no, the MFL folks have done a fantastic job, especially in the light of everything that's gone on over the last couple of weeks. But I saw a thing today where the Mavericks post All-Star break have the 3rd easiest schedule in the NBA. So, or it might be the West. Either way, whatever it is, it's good news for your Dallas Mavericks. Which, look, you're gonna need the 3rd easiest schedule.
You need the first.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna need the 3rd easiest schedule, especially considering that. I've said this time and time again. I've been very consistent about this week, and I think you're along the same line of thinking, Mr. Blake Elliott. Look, I don't know when Gafford's coming back. I can promise you, or I feel very confidently in saying, I don't think you're going to see AD again. You might see him in April, would be the earliest I think you're going to see him back. And by then, I think it's going to be too late. So we'll wait and see about that. All right, coming up next, we got a huge show for you guys tonight. You guys know how we do. Is Maxey out? Are you talking about Max Christie? No, he's there.
I'm talking about Maxi Kleber.
From the 682, you guys need to get over this trade already. Luka has already moved on, so we need to move on. It's the nature of the business. Go be a Laker fan or stop complaining about what happened. Okay, so are we not supposed to talk about what happened? Are we not supposed to talk about this
is Nico's burner
current lineup?
No, it's
that's how I thought we did.
This is like a Bruce Wayne, like his parents slain part of our tragic backstory.
I mean,
we can't address it. We simply just have to
just know it happened.
Just know it happened, move forward, and become Batman.
Have you ever danced with the devil on a pale moonlight? Think about that for a second.
Only on Thursdays.
Only on Thursday nights. So are we just not allowed to say Luka got traded, or how's that work from the 682? 682, tell you what, here's what I want you to do. Go ahead and text in the program and let us know how we're supposed to address what happened. All right? Because I think all we did was just mention what happened and how this team's played.
We didn't even bring up Nico's name.
No
Dumont, no LA. I don't think we said the Lakers either.
Because I mean, if we're going to pretend like there's not a line of demarcation from the time Luka was traded, I mean, I'll tell you what. Again, you text into the show and you tell us how we should talk about it. All right? Because I'm all for fatty feedback. Okay, I am all for the fatty feedback.
We got fatty feedback going on at 9:20 today.
Oh, the fatty feedback. Hey, look. All right, so here's the deal. You know we love the ladies here on Fan After Dark. Tomorrow is what? Valentine's Day.
Valentine's.
Okay, now you will get a Fred and Blake special tomorrow, okay? We are in it to win it. We are going to give you our Mavs awards. We're going to give you our NFL awards. We may make some of them up. We may come up with some of this stuff off the cuff. Who knows? It's Fan After Dark. You don't know what you're going to get. Tonight, however, to try to set you guys up for all our single fatties out there, okay? If you're having problems with the ladies, if you're having problems in your dating life, all right? We're doing you a solid tonight, okay? We're doing you a solid tonight. Shout out to Mama Kim, the number one fatty here on the show, all right? We've got our girl Megan Buckley, all right? She's going to join the show at 9:20, all right? Certified relation expert. She's going to come on, talk to us about the dating game in 2025 and what you gentlemen can do to step up your dating game in 2025. Okay, that's our gift to you, to all the single fatties out there. And hey, maybe we'll throw a side piece question out there. Who knows? Just wait and see. All right, so Megan Buckley, she's joining us at 9:20. We're excited about that, and you should be too. All right, coming up next, Micah Parsons had a lot to say, and the only thing I'm going to tease you with is, why can't Dak be more like Micah? What do I mean? We'll discuss it next. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola Viva on it?
All right. Glad to have you guys back. It is the Fan After Dark. We're efforting these pesky paywalls. On one hand, they want us to get all this news, but on the other hand, I mean, sometimes they make us pay for it. And I got a Dallas Morning News subscription, which you know what the shiesty part about these newspapers are? And look, I'm a newspaper guy from back in the day, back when you could still hold it in your hands. When you go to cancel your subscription online, they make you call. You can't just push a button and say, hey, I'm canceling my subscription. You have to call them and tell them you're canceling.
I'm pretty sure there was a policy put in where they start doing that, especially for gym memberships.
Exactly. That's what
those things, how they take forever to go through Congress.
Exactly. And you go through, exactly. That's
2027 when it gets approved.
Seriously. Before we'll even ever see it. So who knows?
We won't even have websites at that point.
It'll all be in our heads and it'll all be in glasses that we're looking at and that sort of thing.
You think that too? That's what I think.
What's that?
We're going to have glasses instead of...
I think they've already got them, don't they?
They do, but I'm saying they don't even sell phones anymore. Like everything's going to be like, just answer a phone call with your glasses.
Shout out to Google Glass.
I think I'm okay for that. I'm ready for that.
I'm not. No.
You want to hold a physical phone?
Yes, I do. Because I don't even like... I had a iPhone watch, or an iWatch, whatever the hell it's called.
Apple Watch?
That thing.
I had an iWatch.
Whatever it's called. I had one for about half a day. And I said, this is too much. I don't like this thing tracking everything I do. Not to say that my phone doesn't already.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it does.
It tracks it even more.
Oh, absolutely. I get
it. Oh, you need an ad about camping?
Yeah. You mentioned that, and all of a sudden you look down and you're like, oh, Jesus. I don't need it on my wrist either. Okay.
See, and that's my thing is I'm like, if I'm going to have like a secondary piece of technology that's like supplanting my phone, I would prefer the glasses, because then at that point it's like, hey, you're walking down this street, like getting directions to a bar or whatever. Like it shows you keep following that path. And I think that's really, really cool. So that's my thing with it is I'm like, okay, but if it's basically just like a watch that just like gives you like fitness stuff or like something like that just doesn't really seem necessary to me.
I'm over it. All right. So Fort Worth Star-Telegram, great publication. Let's get that out of the way. All right. Fine journalism they do over there. Nick Harris, friend of the program, friend of the station, and just all around good play-by-play guy.
Friend off the station too.
We found out that
Texas Legends
last week.
Mm-hmm.
After the Mavs game.
Him and
Kyle. Now I think they were doing it remote. Either way, if we were ever going to call a game remote, what game would it be? We could do a Texas Legends game. One thing we'd have to do is figure out
where do we do it remote? Is that where you asked?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
from my apartment. Be kind of cool.
No, I think he was asking like,
no, what would we do?
Yeah,
not location of where we would do it, but
if you could do like what kind of game, what team?
What team would we do if we had to call a game? Probably Miami Dolphins versus Vikings.
Such a random pull by you. Interesting.
Wouldn't that be fun?
To just randomly, remotely call? Who's doing play-by-play and who's doing color?
You're doing play-by-play. I'll do color. Sam Darnold out there. That's the guy you guys are saying is top 5. Back to you.
Let me tell you a little bit about this Sam Darnold guy, Fred.
And then I'm going in 2nd and 4.
I've been telling you this guy sucks. Anyway. All right. So Micah Parsons, he's got a call to action to the Dallas front office. So he was at an event today, and obviously a lot was, anytime Micah, and this is where I think Micah's starting to ingratiate himself a little bit more with the fan base. Here's what he had to say about the start of free agency and kind of the direction this team's headed in the offseason. Quote, "The talent is there. We just got to be more aggressive the same way other teams did," said Parsons. "I don't want to sit back and watch other teams build and us stay the same. Definitely some call to action. I want to see us become aggressive and get some players that will come in and make an impact. I want to see us bring back our own players. That's just as important. Let's see what we can do there." And then when asked about his extension, he said there's been no progress, but I'm pretty confident something will happen. We'll see. He went on to add that I have a lot of respect for Jerry. Talk about Jerry Jones. "We have great conversations all the time. There's definitely a plan in place to see how everything plays out." Now, he was available on Thursday following an event for the Make-A-Wish Foundation at Great Wolf Lodge in Grapevine. After competing with the kids in bowling, laser tag, and a football throwing contest, he sat back to acknowledge the fight being shown by some of the stronger kids in the North Texas community. So just a tip of the hat to Mr. Micah Parsons for that, because look, whether it's Make-A-Wish or anything, anytime, and of course our guy Dak was with the cancer center yesterday for kids that are suffering from cancer and what have you. So first and foremost, definitely hats off to those guys for that, because that's real life stuff right there. But more importantly, I would love to hear Dak say something along those lines, because Micah has already shown
he'll be boastful. He'll voice his opinion.
He'll let it be said,
even if it's kind of not adversarial, but against the grain of just not coach speak.
Oh, it's definitely not coach speak.
Yeah,
right. And sometimes it's not necessarily warranted per se, right? Like or I guess timely would be the right
Remember
thing.
the Zach Martin comment?
Well, there was that, and then I remember you talking about, the things he said after the Green Bay game, not last season, but the season before, where you're kind of like, can we let this, we're still absorbing this, and then, you've got Jordan Love on, and so, a lot of consternation from the fan base as far as that goes, but, something that Micah said also, and he said this earlier this year, and he's been very consistent about this, that he learned a lot this season, right? And that being hurt and having some time away from the football team and kind of seeing what his impact really is kind of helped him mature as a football player. And I think
you got to realize, guys, look at him.
Well, I think that's what, and he's realizing that there's more to being a leader than just, hey, I go out and play great on Sunday afternoons, right?
Guys are seeing how you practice, seeing how you are in the classroom. You're starting to become the veteran. You're not in year two.
You are post game too.
Mm-hmm. What you do on your social media. All these guys are looking at you for guidance. DeMarcus Lawrence wasn't there. He was hurt. He wasn't in the locker room every day. He wasn't. I mean, he might have been at practice. I wasn't there every day, but he's not around.
Much away from the team for most of the season.
Dak hurt, rehabbing. They're looking at you. They're looking at CD. They're looking at Micah. How do we be a Cowboy? How do we be a successful football team?
And I'll be honest, I think Micah, to an extent, handled the adversity this year better than CD did. Now, I think CD obviously was dealing with the shoulder injury, and what do I mean by that? He handled it better. I don't think CD. I mean, look, in no way, shape, or form. I mean, CD did everything right as far as after games. He'd talk to reporters. Handled all the questions.
Talked about battling through injuries and wanting to give it for the fans.
And nobody's and let me make this very clear. Dealing with the injury, dealing with the shoulder, playing through that. All I'm saying is I felt like there were times throughout the season where his body language could have been a little bit better.
He was very good at correcting it after the fact, but it's more of a in the moment, how do you react on the field?
And I guess on the flip side of that, it was a trying season. This is something unlike
no one else can catch the ball but you.
Let's call it what it is, man. I mean, he's coming off 3 seasons of 12 wins, right? I mean,
he's coming out being
really
probably the best receiver in football last year, leading the league in yards.
Well, and it's not like
catches.
and let's call it what it is. It's not like Oklahoma sucked when he was there.
No.
Okay, I mean Oklahoma was a perennial top 5, top 10 team every year he was there too. Yeah. So this is probably the first year that he's had to deal with serious adversity before as well.
Side note that you mentioned Oklahoma, did he have the best 3-year run of quarterbacks ever? I mean, he had Kyler, Baker, and Jalen, right?
Was Jalen Hurts there his last year?
I'm pretty sure he played with all 3.
Ooh,
yeah. Let me Google that. Right?
I think he had the best 3-year.
It sounds
if that's
because he was what 2020 or 2021.
2020. No, 2021 because Micah was 2020.
Okay. So he missed the COVID. So he wasn't there. So he, like I said, so 21. So he's had 3 12-win seasons. And then this year, right? And then, like you said, before that, played with, 2 Heisman Trophy winners and a guy, I mean, basically 2 Heisman Trophy winners and then a Heisman Trophy candidate in Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. It's got to be the best 3-year run of any receiver, right? As far as the quarterbacks you're playing with. Because you might get one season with a good guy, then he goes to the NFL.
I don't know. I mean, Julio Jones and Devontae Smith. I mean, you can add pretty much any Alabama wide receiver.
Who their quarterback was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not like, I mean, look, you had hell, you had Jalen Hurts, Tua, and Mac Jones for 3 straight seasons.
Yeah, so
they were good in college. I mean, they sucked in the NFL, but they were good in college.
You were right, Blake. He did have Baker his true freshman year.
Okay.
2018, Kyler Murray, and then 2019, Jalen Hurts. So, yes, his first 2 years, he played with Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks.
And then his 3rd year was with Jalen Hurts, who was damn good in college.
Wait a minute. Who did he have? Okay, so he had, wait a minute. So his
Baker,
Kyler, and
then Jalen.
Baker won it in 2017, Kyler in 18.
Okay, I got you.
And then Hurts with them in 19.
Okay.
And CD, I'm tripping. CD was 2020. Micah was 2021.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
All right.
Get my years mixed up.
So was he there? Okay, so was he there for the 5-win season then?
Cowboys
CD?
or Oklahoma?
Yeah. CD, Cowboys season.
That was CD because wasn't 2020
when Dak got hurt?
Yeah, McCarthy's first year because and this is always what I said about this last Cowboy season is I was like, watch. Thankfully, it didn't happen, but I was always like, watch. The Cowboys are going to give him a pass just like they did his first year because Dak got injured in that first year in 2020.
Yeah, because McCarthy's only had one bad year. Is when Dak got hurt. Every other year was 12 wins.
I thought he only won 6 games his first year, didn't he?
Well, was it 6? And then Dak got hurt, and then 12, 3 straight years in a row.
Yeah.
And then this last season.
Well, either way, the reality was this. Bringing it all back. I thought Micah looked better this year from a leadership standpoint. I think CD, as you alluded to, Blake, again, a little bit of adversity there to start the year, especially, again, some of the body language between him and Dak, especially after a couple interceptions and what have you. But as the season went on, especially with the hurt shoulder, definitely you could tell that frustration, what have you, but got better as his body, as far as body language is concerned, as the season went on. So
now Micah talks about getting some free agents and going to getting some guys.
Yeah.
I got the free agent class pulled up in front of me while we have a second. Is there a position that you care about? I can tell you who's going to be a pending free agent.
You talking about for the Cowboys or in general?
In the NFL, not Cowboys free agent. We've gone over Cowboys free agent.
I mean, look, I think it starts on the defensive side of the ball because I think everything's gonna stay. I'm not gonna say it's gonna stay the same on offense.
You want tackles, linebackers, corners?
Go to linebackers because I know they talked about in G-Bag. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. They were talking about. I know Nick Bolton's a guy that they all like.
So the top 5 linebackers that are gonna be free agents this year, as far as kind of the money they're gonna be commanding. Khalil Mack, yes, no, interested.
At his age,
at 30, about to be 34.
Yeah, this guy
made $19 million on his last contract.
The first thing he said after the season was over was he's got to think about if he wants to play again or not.
Hassan Reddick, 30, $15 million on his last contract.
Hassan Reddick, didn't it take him like half the year before he even showed up?
Matt Judon, 32.
No.
Levante David, 35.
No.
Dre Greenlaw, who is looking like he's going to be a free agent as well.
Is that the 49ers guy?
Mm-hmm.
That I would be intrigued by.
Jerome Baker, Tennessee, 28.
Okay.
Bobby Wagner, we already know about that. Isaiah Simmons from the Giants heavily intrigues me. That feels like another overshown kind of guy, hybrid kind of guy. Can even play a little bit of safety as well.
I was going to say, isn't he the Clemson dude that's played at like 3 different positions? Yeah. I would be intrigued. I would love to get that guy. Be intrigued by him.
Unrestricted free agent.
To see what a guy like what a guy like Matt Eberflus can do with him, and then pairing him with less Overshown at this stage, but pairing him with Micah, and having him kind of roam around, that I would be intrigued by 100%.
Kaiser White, 29 for the Cardinals. No, okay. Devondre Campbell with the Niners. No, we don't want anything to do with him.
No.
Tyrell Dotson, Miami.
No, I don't.
Zach Bond, Philly's not going to let him go.
No.
Shaq Thompson with Carolina. Josh Uche.
You can keep him. The Chiefs traded for him and said, look, all we need you to do is get to the passer. And after 2 games, Spags was like, I'm good.
And that's and then Nick Bolton down here, who was making less than $2 million average.
Well, he's been playing on his rookie deal, if I'm not mistaken.
24.
So. Yeah, he
better be 25.
Yeah, he's going to get paid. But that's what I'm saying. But that's a guy that, good middle linebacker, tackle machine, hasn't really gotten hurt too much. Got hurt a little bit. Look, he's going to get banged. He'll miss a few tackles from here and there. Good, not great in coverage. But I'll tell you what, he'd be the best middle linebacker the Cowboys have had in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that you would definitely feel good about and brings championship experience to your football team. So something to be said about that. All right, we're at halftime of the Mavericks and Heat. Let's do a little Mavs After Dark, kind of where this team is at as we get ready for the second half, as well as we're just a few days away from the All-Star break. Lots to get to. We got Ross Lubinsky in the house. That's Blake. I'm Fred. This is the Fan After Dark.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nothing.
Nobody wears lavender quite like Blake Elliott.
Nobody looks like a burglar quite like you. Oh, wait. I would say, actually, I have to take that back.
Who?
You see Jaylen Brown the other day on social media?
Oh, my God. He did look like a jewel thief. I mean,
but not just like a jewel thief, like a cartoon jewel thief from like a Looney Tunes.
It's like, was this Mad Magazine? I mean, what is this, Spy versus Spy?
It literally felt like he looked up, and I was like, this is what I'm going to dress like head to toe.
And you're right. I mean, I do have my my black stocking cap on and my
burglar look.
You know, I am rocking my burglar look today.
You say you work in roofing, but really, I didn't know that you were a cat burglar in your spare time.
Do you think us three could do a heist?
That's a great question. I would, if I was going to do one, I would do one solo. I'm not doing one with either one of you.
You wouldn't trust us to keep our mouth shut?
No, you especially.
Why not?
Because you're going to tell your girl.
No,
you're telling your girl.
Yeah,
100%.
I'm telling my cat.
You're telling Shoddy.
No,
100%.
Craziest day at work ever.
Not because
now, you might be wondering why there's 10 million sitting in the living room.
Because I know you, after working with you for the last 4 or 5 months and getting to know you, and especially knowing how much you love your girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay.
You're too nice.
You're
too nice.
What if I feel like if it was something to that.
And that's not a bad thing. Let me make that very clear. That is not a bad thing.
What if it was something to that magnitude? I feel like I could keep it zip tight.
I wouldn't because it would be shame on me for thinking you could.
I could do it.
I'm not convinced you could. And maybe you can. I don't know. But I just knowing
you would trust Ross?
Ross, I don't know Ross well enough outside of work to say one way. Here's why I say this.
Every heist needs a wild card, and that's exactly what you.
That's how
described.
you get murked. It needs a wild card.
Let me put it to you like this. So I'll just real quick story. Back when I was in Beaumont, I used to work out at World Gym, and there was this big ass brother that worked out that we used to chit chat all the time. And come to find out, he had robbed a armored car. Okay,
what are those armored cars called? What do they say? They're white and red.
Well, it's like the armored truck that they stole in Den of Thieves.
I know, but what is it called? What's that brand? I'm going to be stuck on it.
What, Brinks?
No, Brinks is the blue and white and black one. The red.
Garda?
Is it Garda?
I mean, that's one of the brands, I think.
Okay.
You got Garda and you got Brinks. So him and 3 other guys robbed this armored car, okay, armored truck, and got away with it. Like and they all had the plan. Like, look, your typical kind of stereotypical look. Hey, bury the money, and we're not buying anything for 2 to 3 months. Like, do not no major purchases. Don't do anything out of the norm. Everybody, stay cool.
Because that's how people get caught. They'll start buying a Lambo.
Exactly.
2 days.
I mean, exactly. Like, 3 of us went and did a heist, and all of a sudden, I roll up in a G-Wagon. Fred, aren't you a nighttime host? That roofing's getting good.
It's wrapped in chrome.
It's not even storm season yet. Don't worry about it.
It's wrapped in chrome.
Raining for me.
Says Freddie D's the one on the back.
That's right. So he said what got him was months had passed, right? Months had passed. They thought they were in.
Had they spent any money yet?
Hadn't spent any money yet. Okay. Problem was this. One of the guys had said something to his girl. Okay. Guess what happens?
They broke up.
They get into a fight.
Yeah.
They get into a fight. She goes and tells the police.
Wow.
Rats the whole gang out.
Not a rider.
Okay. My man gets arrested. Gets thrown in prison. I asked him after he obviously he's out. What happened to the money? He said, I can't tell you.
Good.
He said, I can't tell you.
What money?
That's a man who clearly learned from his mistake.
Well, and probably still had the money, too.
Oh, exactly.
Which I ain't mad at him for it, right?
He learned his mistake not to, fib up and he told you.
He told me the story because I was a reporter at the time, and I really, really wanted Loomis, is that the one you're thinking
No,
of?
I think Garda is what I was thinking.
Garda, okay. I asked him time and time again because there was a string of rental car. There was a string of armored car robberies going on at that time. This is like, I don't know, 15 years ago. And I really wanted to do a story.
What Dallas Mavericks, if you get to choose 2 Mavericks, 3 Mavericks.
To do a heist with?
4 Mavericks, a starting 5 to do a heist with.
Well, first of all, that's too many. I don't want 5 people. The more
Dark
people
Knight,
you bring
there was
in,
a bunch of people.
I don't know, man.
They all got killed.
You got to
so.
think about it. You got to have your tech whiz. You got to have your like driver, your getaway guy.
Someone's got 2 people with a gun. You can't just have one guy with a gun holding up a whole.
It's like anything else, man. The more people you add.
Okay, how many do you want? 4?
I want 3.
Okay,
That's
what
it.
2 Mavericks are you picking?
Spencer Dinwiddie. That's a given.
And you can pick someone that's hurt. You don't got to pick active players.
I'm going with Spencer Dinwiddie, and I can't say Q-Dot because he's already been traded.
What about PJ? Mr. Stand on Business.
He's definitely a writer. He's definitely a writer. The problem is, I would actually probably lean more towards Daniel Gafford.
All
right.
Talk about imposing your will.
But he's 6'11".
We can't find. Oh, he's the only 6'11" guy here.
That's the 3 of us go to rob somebody, and you got a 6'7", 6'11", 6-foot dude robbing us. Yeah, we're sticking out like sore thumbs. So that's the only issue.
Give me.
I might take Jason Kidd, to be honest with you.
Give me Nico Harrison and give me Kyrie Irving.
Ooh, that's
because you know we gonna lie our way out of this.
That's a good one.
See, but here's the problem. You complete the heist, you walk out of the front door of the bank, and then you realize Nico sold you out and called the cops because he just.
But I'm already long gone.
He's the first one singing.
No,
no
but
doubt.
just like Dark Knight, I'm the Joker. I've already knew you were going to turn your back, and I already got a plan set up for you.
See, Jason Kidd, I think would be pretty good. I got faith in Jason Kidd. Don't ask me why. I mean, I know Bill Simmons is not a fan, but I think J. Kidd.
No Clay. Nobody's picking Clay. I feel like
Now, see, Clay might actually be a good one, too. Because, look, never been married. Don't think he has any kids.
Someone just texted him in Clay all day.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. I think the more you say it.
Kyrie and Clay? If you had to pick players?
I'm going with Clay and Kidd.
If you had to pick players.
Oh, we gotta go players?
Yeah.
No questions asked? I mean, you picked Nico.
I know.
So we're changing it. We're changing the deal. No, Spencer Dinwiddie for sure. Give me Spence. That's my guy. I'm a president. I am the president of the. Now that my boy Q-Dot is gone, all right, and I can't. I mean, look, I like Max, but I just can't support 0-0.
I got Max.
I know you're on Team Max. I'm on Team Spencer Dinwiddie. All right, I'm the president
all day.
I'm sorry, what?
I got PJ all day.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because if something goes wrong, the heist inevitably breaks down and you start getting a lot of heat on you.
Yeah.
There's one man who's going to turn around and confront the problem, and I feel like that's PJ.
You got PJ. Who's your other one?
Yeah, who else besides PJ?
Ooh, man, that's tough because, I mean, it's got to be PJ, but I feel like I like that Clay answer.
That's Clay. The Clay one's great, dude. Clay might be the unsung because again, there's more to Clay than what we realize.
Someone said Nico trading us for a plea deal.
For the 469 question is Jay Boogie still mad? Great question.
Great question.
We found out last night in the 1020 segment that James does not like his nickname. We've been calling him Jay Boogie on the Fan after dark for what? 3 months? 4 months?
Months.
He told us last night. Not a fan.
My homeboy just texted me, my boy Gavin. He just said PJ and Lively for sure. But I just think that's a too tall. We're standing out.
First of all, look, Lively can't make it through a game without hurting himself. That dude's going to turn an ankle running out of the bank. I don't trust Lively. And he's too young.
He's too young.
He's too naive. I like where your boy's head's at. I mean, maybe for a future heist, maybe. But
he's a trainee.
Exactly. But I need now. Yeah, give me Clay and Spence.
No, Kessler Edwards got no love on this, or Jaden Hardy. Too young.
I mean, look, they're
babies.
I mean, think about it. They're forgotten guys on the team right now. Can we trust them with a heist? Trevor, real quick. Trevor, real quick. Jump on here real quick. Give us your 2 Mavs. If you had to do a heist, who would you?
Heist.
If you had to do a bank heist, what 2 Mavs are you picking? And they can be hurt. What 2 Mavs are you picking to be your heist partners?
PJ Washington.
Okay,
all
right. Must be a producer thing. Fair.
Well, he's this look.
Yeah.
Standing on business.
That cross-armed,
Yeah.
standing with
None of us said Najee yet.
Ooh.
Nobody has
And he's always
said
wearing the beanie. Look, his nickname's the Knife.
You named before my number 2. That's why he looks thug.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't mess with Najee.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, I'm a basic-looking white guy, but I wouldn't mess with Najee.
Najee and PJ.
Najee and PJ.
Yeah.
I like it.
I feel like I could roll up as the the penguin-looking guy walking in the middle, and Najee and
Who's the getaway driver in this situation?
whoever that white guy is that's playing for us tonight.
Kyler Kelly's
He looks like Baby Driver. He looks like he could get us around.
Kyler Kelly, the getaway driver for Trevor, the producer, PJ, and Najee Marshall. Well,
and we'll keep all this down.
In basketball news, your Mavs are tied 65-65 halfway through the third quarter.
Thank you, Trevor.
The guy that...
By the way, how was the, real quick, how was the service? Because it must have been better than what Blake had because you got back here pretty quick. Hey, I think we got something going on here.
Okay, the number one scorer for the Mavs is a player that none of us named. So maybe he would be the best bank heister. 17 points from this guy. Any guess who it is?
Oh, it's Max Christie.
Nope. We Max Christie has 11 points. Or 10 points, excuse me.
Well, he said Najee, so...
Najee has 5.
I said Spence.
Spencer has 11.
Is it Jaden Hardy?
Jaden Hardy has 0.
Dante Exum?
Dante Exum, 17 points for Dante, leading the team in points.
Thought he'd be good for a heist either.
And I still think that.
That doesn't change my mind.
Well, and also my thing is so he's Australian is what you
Very
said, right?
Australian too.
So if he's the guy who walks up to the teller and initiates it all, immediately you're gonna be like, oh, one of them had an Australian
That's
accent.
it.
We're too easy. We're too easy of a get.
Seriously, gone already.
And nobody picked AD.
From the 469, Anthony Davis. He's going to pull a muscle and slow the cops down.
You don't got to be fast, just faster than your friends.
That's it.
And it's like that one scene where the guy or the heister falls down, trips, and then they're like, oh, please save me, don't let them get me. And then we look back at them, but then we keep going and leaving. And we have to leave him behind. That's exactly what AD is.
How did the bank heist conversation even come up?
I don't even remember. From the 214, Nico trading y'all for a plea deal, boys.
And not even a good one. We're talking his sentence goes from 15 years to 10. He just loses 5.
15 to 14 and a half.
Seriously. And he still
sounds good. All I got to do is give you Blake and Fred.
Go with it. I'm going to only give one of us.
Well, I didn't talk to my lawyer. You're the only ones I talked to, so.
How did we start talking about this anyway?
I said something about a Brinks truck, but I don't even remember how I came up with that. You talking about money?
We were saying something about that, and then I said something about a guy that I knew that robbed a bank.
But you went on that
But
story.
how did we start? How did we get to that point? Whatever. Hour in the books. I'll tell you what, the Thursday night show, you can tell about this much. It will always go by quick. All right, coming up next, we'll do it. Well, we'll get the 10 o'clock hour too, so we can do a little show reset there, talk a little NFL. Let's get to some Mavs stuff as far as on the court. All right, so we'll do a little NBA, we'll do a little Mavs. We got our girl Megan Buckley talking all things relationships at 9:20. So if you've got questions about, if you're trying to date, if you're not doing it so well, any advice that you want us to pass along to her, we will do that at 9:20. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program. Shout out to our boy, producer Trevor, who we have also not come up with a nickname yet for. We'll workshop that on Saturday. Still kind of reeling from last night's just stunning. I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for here. It's on the tip of my head. I can't think of it just now, but it'll come to me later on the program.
Inoculate.
That's not even a word, but discovering that we've been calling James Tritley J Boogie this whole time, and
it seemed like it had been festering too.
It had definitely been festering. I mean, that was the gist I got. Mm-hmm. And
what was the tone?
You know,
I wish we could play the audio.
I was going to say, you know how James is. Just kind of just subtly dropped it in as we were getting ready to start a segment.
Oh, I was about to say, if he went over the radio waves while y'all were on there, just I hate that nickname.
No, he more or less did.
I want that was kind of it. Make this Trevor's homework in this segment. It was what, the 10-20 segment?
Oh, it was the absolute 10-20 segment.
The 10-20 segment yesterday.
You know how we do the top 5 at 10-20?
Of course.
We didn't even get to any. Actually, we got to mine, right?
We got you and I each did our number 5.
And then when it came to him for 5.
And then we went ahead because it was already 36, 37. So we had to, because I was like, all right, we're going to take forever to do this because yours was hogging a blanket. So I said, okay, this is too much.
So was that the end of it?
That was no, we had just started, remember? Because my number 5 was. What the hell was my number 5?
Just
Awesome Blossom.
I'm pulling it right now, seeing if I can't find it.
Just pull it while you find it while we're talking, and then when you find it, you can just play it.
And just the subtle nature in which he just casually drops, I don't like that nickname, J Boogie.
Well, the subtle nature in the Dallas Mavericks suddenly dropping players left and right has been a spectacle to look at. As I talked to you yesterday, sometimes when you see the young players out there, it can be a fun thing because you go, hey, I got this player waiting. I got Kyrie, R.I.P. Luka.
The future.
I got Quentin Grimes. I got Derek Lively. I know they're going to be playing at some point. So, cool, we could see Omax Prosper play extended minutes. Jaden Hardy play extended minutes. Even a Max Christie, you're going to be a starter and you're going to be like the main focus. How would he handle this? It's fun to see that. I've always enjoyed that as a fan, kind of seeing some of the young guys who don't get minutes get big minutes. But right now for your Dallas Mavericks, these guys are playing not because they want to, but because they have to. Spencer Dinwiddie
choice
playing 25-plus minutes. Kyrie Irving playing 40-plus minutes. And tonight, if you missed it, the Mavericks only have 9 available players. Dante Exum, Omax Prosper, Spencer Dinwiddie, Kyler Kelly. Jaden Hardy, Brandon Williams, Kessler Edwards, Najee, and Max Christie. And at this time last year, the only guys that would have been getting minutes that were on this team last year would have been Dante Exum. That'd be the only guy.
Yeah.
Omax wasn't getting minutes like this last year around All-Star break. Spencer Dinwiddie wasn't even on the team. Kyler Kelly wasn't on the team. Dante Exum was the one guy. Brandon Williams wasn't getting minutes. Jaden Hardy may have got like 7.
I was going to say he wasn't getting minutes.
Kessler Edwards wasn't on the team. Najee Marshall wasn't on the team. Max Christie wasn't on the team. So you have a complete different team.
Totally different roster.
From last year around this time that was on the brinks of making it to the NBA Finals. Obviously, PJ's hurt right now. Kyrie resting. Clay resting / hurt. AD out for extended period of time. Lively, Gafford, and Powell also out for extended periods of time. So right now, this Dallas Mavericks team, I will say this. In lieu of the Luka trade and in lieu of all the injuries, I'm very proud of this team, how they've played, because they have not, outside of the first game when Luka was traded, that Cavs game where they got boat race, gave up 91 points at half, and that was really the next day. Outside of that, they've put up phenomenal efforts, even when they have been outmanned as far as injuries or just talent goes. So they got beat 144-101 by the Cavs. Then they lost that heartbreaker to the 76ers, but they played their heart out in that one. That was a Spencer Dinwiddie late game falling apart, Dante Exum. Then they beat the Celtics by 7.
Okay.
Then they beat the Rockets by 11. Then they lose to the Kings in overtime, which happened the other night. Then they beat the Warriors. And now they're down 4 to the Heat. So since Luka's been traded, they've lost 3. Lost to the Cavs, 76ers, and Rockets. That's 3 losses. And they've beaten the Celtics and the Warriors and looking for their 3rd win. So if they win tonight, they'll be 3-3 since Luka's been traded. And I think
not terrible.
With all the teams you had to play, I mean, the only bad team being the 76ers, and you lost to them by 2. I think they've done a phenomenal job of scraping it up.
And you should have been. And you should have beaten you should have beat the Sixers, and you should have beat the Kings.
Yep.
You know, you're 3-3, especially if you hold on and win tonight. Now, right now they're down by 3 with 4 and some change left to go in the third quarter. Very low scoring game, by the way.
All their games have been low scoring.
They really have. Really have. Now, this is a different basketball team, that's for sure.
Defense wins championship.
Defense first.
But I will say, to me, Max Christie has shown he's going to be a guy that's going to be big for you, hopefully for years to come. Hopefully. 21 years old.
He ain't going anywhere.
21 years old, seems to be that guy. What have you thought of Omax Prosper as an extended minutes? I thought Omax Prosper has blossomed and become a lot more confident. I think his biggest things was confidence. So he has the skill sets to be a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
But it was just like he was passing up shots. And now we're seeing he's open.
Well, he's
letting it go.
Passive at times. I mean, and look, we saw it last night with Kessler Edwards, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it in crunch time with him. We saw it a little bit with Omax last night. But again, that takes time, right? Like, these guys are playing, and these guys played like this probably in college. Yeah. But this is their first time getting, as you alluded to, these were into the bench guys at the beginning of the season, and now they're either starting and closing out. Kessler Edwards closed out the game for you.
This is a couple times now.
Kessler Edwards went from being
literally the last player, two-way player, last guy on the bench,
to now he's starting and closing things out in crunch time, which is a player, that's what you want. That's why you play the game, ideally, right?
You're thinking, I'm going another season, we're going to the finals, I probably will literally never touch the court unless we're up by 30 or down 30 in the fourth.
And you're closing out against the Warriors. And poo-stained Jimmy Butler. Disgusting.
Now, another play I want to flip to, Najee Marshall. Since Luka's been traded, these are his stats. 12 points in Cleveland when they got blown out. 19 points in Philly where they lost. 20 points in Boston where they won. 16 points in Houston where they lost. Or they won that game, excuse me.
I won that.
9 points against Sacramento where they lost. 10 points against Golden State and 5 tonight. So, you want to know the last time that Najee Marshall, before he had it against Boston on the 6th, but if you're not counting that game, you want to know the last time he had 20 points? Just give me a guess.
For the Mavericks, the last time he had 20 points?
Not counting the game on the 6th versus Celtics where he had exactly 20. The last time Najee Marshall had 20
points. I felt like he was in and out of the lineup and sick a lot during the month of January. So, you know what? Let's go with the Christmas Day game that Luka Luka's last in a Mavericks uniform.
So Christmas Day, he had 4 points versus Minnesota.
Obviously, I wasn't right about that.
Want one more try? Or you want me to just tell you?
Let's go with one of the games against the Thunder that they won in January.
Okay, so a January game. Let me scroll up. I know it's not right. I just want to give exactly how many points he had. And you're saying against the Thunder?
Either one.
14 on the 17th versus the Thunder, and then out with illness for the second game.
Shocking.
The last time, not counting January 6th, that Najee Marshall had 20 points was November 27th.
Good God.
When he had 24 against the Knicks. That was actually his 4-game stretch of 20 points.
I was going to say, he had a nice little stretch there early on.
He then scored 3 points against Utah, then was out for illness for a week, then scored 19, then was out, then scored 9, and then went on to score 4, 5, 12, 9, and then was out again for another week.
Jaden Hardy is a bucket, and Kessler Edwards with an absolute tremendous putback on the follow. I mean, I'll say this, and whether or not kid knew what he knew, he's coaching his ass off.
He's trying. I mean, he's got literally 9 players. Most of these guys are into the bench, two-way G League guys. Brandon Williams was in the fourth quarter with 10 seconds in last night. Kyler Kelly and Kessler Edwards are playing 20-plus minutes.
Brandon Williams is out there right now. And Kessler Edwards. Talk about a revelation right now.
Look at that 3 right there. Now. We've got Jaden Hardy, Kessler Edwards, and Brandon
Williams dapping each other up, jumping into each other.
This is the new Mavs team.
Boy, I tell you what, I don't think anybody saw this coming. That's for dadgum
And see,
sure.
the thing is, the teams that are playing them, they're in a weird spot because if you win, okay, you beat a team that's got G League players and 9 players available. If you lose, like the Warriors did last night,
you just lost to a team that had G League players and had guys sitting on the bench. I mean, at the very least, the thing you can appreciate about this Mavericks team right now is I do think one of the unintended kind of collateral effects of this trade has been I was concerned that these guys were going to be kind of like shell-shocked, which obviously they were against Cleveland. We saw that.
Against Cleveland for sure.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, it's almost like they, basically their basketball skill level was questioned at this point. Like, well, this team about to fall off a cliff now that Luka's gone, and you've had guys who have really responded in kind and in a big way. I mean, everybody understands the gravity of the moment, and for Jason Kidd to be able to get, and dare I say, while we can hate Nico on one hand for the Luka trade, look, Kessler Edwards was all these other moves are all the result of Nico Harrison.
5 players in double digits for the Dallas Mavericks tonight. We told you Dante Exum's got 17. He's still got 17. Max Christie's got 12. Mr. Consistent himself. Spencer Dinwiddie with 11. Omax Prosper, who I just spoke about a second ago, 3 rebounds and already has 10 points. And then the guy you just mentioned, Kessler Edwards, has 13 points. So 5 different guys in double digits. It's going to need to be a collective effort for the Dallas Mavericks to win basketball games. You don't have a 30-point guy in Luka or Kyrie out there. So it's going to need to be a bunch of different guys stepping up, and I think they've responded well. I'm just excited to see who's going to come out of this bunch when AD is back, when Lively's back, when Gafford's back, when obviously Kyrie, Clay, and PJ are there, who's still getting minutes. So out of this group that's playing right here, there's 9 available players. We can pretty much everybody that's hurt will play in front of them. So AD, Gafford, and Lively. So that's all the big man right there. When they're available, they'll obviously supersede everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
Kyrie, PJ, Clay, probably Caleb Martin too. So who do you think is falling out of the rotation out of these 9? Because you could almost say the rotation is literally everybody that's hurt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 guys, not counting Powell. 7 guys that are in the rotation are hurt right now. So what? 2 more spots left for a regular rotation? 9 guys, maybe 10 if you're really stretching it. So you can really only pick 2 to 3 guys that are currently active that will be getting minutes come postseason, come late in the season.
And you see why these guys are into the bench guys when what you're watching is going on right now. Jaden Hardy's just out there. You'd think this was the LA Fitness Rec League the way he's out there chucking up shots.
What 2 guys are you picking? You got 7 guys that are injured that'll be back in the rotation.
So are we including Max in the rotation of people that are still going to be playing?
No. So there's
no way you're not playing Max Christie. I don't care.
So that's one of your guys. So that's 8 people in the rotation.
Oh, and Spencer.
And there's 9. So no Najee.
Oh, shoot. I almost said something I wasn't supposed to.
We can throw Najee. That's 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's 10.
So Kessler's minutes for the most part go away.
Dinwiddie's going to go back to what you signed him for.
So
right?
Kessler pretty much goes back down. Brandon Williams goes back down. Jaden Hardy goes back down. Exum goes back down. Omex Prosper goes back down. And Kyler Kelly as far as end of the bench guys.
Dude, Jaden Hardy is just gunning right now.
Did he make it?
No. No.
Is he going to shoot it again?
I mean, my man has clanked 3 in a row. And I mean, he's got good form, but that's about it. Because otherwise, my man is clanking to be clanking. But tell you what, he just keeps chucking them up. Think about it. You don't think about a guy like Jaden Hardy. Never seen a shot he didn't like.
No.
Never seen a shot he didn't like.
Is that a guy you'd want in your heist?
Jaden Hardy?
You might pull the trigger too quick.
No, Jaden Hardy's going to get you caught.
Yeah.
Because he's the kind of dude that's going to be laid up with some chick talking about, man, you should see who we just pulled off. And then all of a sudden.
Have you heard Jaden Hardy's laugh?
No. Do we have video of it or audio of it somewhere?
100%.
Let's find it.
I'll get it on the other side.
Also, it did take me the entire segment, but I did finally find the segment where he talks about his issues with Jay Boogie. And I can tell you one thing. I would like James or the producer formerly known as Jay Boogie on my heist team. But here's the problem. He's just going to be ripping heaters the entire time.
You're gonna have to wait for 9:40 to hit because we got our girl Megan Buckley.
Yeah, we got Megan Buckley.
So 9:40, you're getting.
Are we punting on extra credit?
No, you're right. We'll do it at 10. We'll do it at 10.
Well, you better come up with figure out what the hell you want to do for extra credit. I mean, are we doing?
I got it.
Version 3 of YouTube?
No, we're not doing version. I'm not being sad. I'm the host.
Are you tired of getting beat? Is
Yeah,
that what it is?
I'm going home with a W today.
Are you tired of getting beat in your own segment?
10 o'clock, you'll hear Jaden Hardy's
Rough.
laugh
That's
that Fred's
rough.
never heard, and you'll hear James if you missed it yesterday.
But that's at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
That's at 10 o'clock because 9:20 we got our girl Megan Buckley giving all kinds of dating advice. 9:40 extra credit. 10 o'clock, and then top five Valentine's Day gifts. All right, top 10 or whatever. You guys get the drill. Don't go anywhere.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us.
true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
What a game we got going on at the AAC.
You missed it. Dante Exum just dropped Davion Mitchell to the ground, scored on him, and then walked over and pretty much put his nuts on his head.
Ty Lue him? Yeah. Did he do an AI on Ty Lue him? Oh, and he falls again. Again, we may not like him.
He made him fall twice?
No, he just fell. But he scored at the same time. He may not be on our all-heist team, but he is on our all-Australian team.
Taking Josh Green.
Something. Oh, I mean, you can have 5 guys on your all-Australian team. I mean, I don't know if you do this, but basketball has 5 people.
Give me Draymond Green.
On your all-Australian team? I didn't realize Draymond was Australian.
Maybe our guest is Australian.
Maybe she is. Let's find out. Let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and we know all you fatties out there love a good Valentine's. Whether you have one or not, we are going to try to help you get one, or at the very least, feel better about yourself in the procurement of said Valentine. How are we going to do that? Well, let's welcome our next guest. She is a master NLP coach, master hypnotherapist, breathwork facilitator, business strategist, speaker, and just all-around relationship expert. Please welcome to the program, making her Fan After Dark debut, none other than one Miss Megan Buckley. Megan, how are you on Valentine's Day Eve?
I am doing very well, thank you.
Outstanding. So, look, tomorrow's a big day for a lot of folks.
It's like your Super Bowl tomorrow. How are you
really
prepping?
Yeah, I'm just chilling, just keeping it just very relaxed.
So let me ask you this. I mean, tomorrow's a day, and look, it's all about love. It's all about, shower your significant other or side piece or whatever you're going to do tomorrow with love, affection, and maybe some chocolates and maybe an expensive dinner. Who knows? But the getting to that point has gotten more and more strenuous, especially here since COVID and what have you. You deal with, high-level executives, men, females, all over the board. What is kind of the biggest obstacle that folks have with dating in 2025?
Yeah, I would say, obviously, we know, social media has, really impacted this, and dating apps have impacted this, but it's also really people turning inside and focusing on themselves. And so all of us are going through life, and we're really just trying to just do it the best we can and kind of survive. And so that starts to become an obstacle when we're wanting to attract the right partner.
So what what's the issue then? I mean, are they just spending so much time on themselves that they're forgetting, like, oh, by the way, I should probably maybe channel some of this, excellence that I'm producing in towards another human?
So I do experience that, especially with my high-level executives, that they're so focused in business, they're so focused in work, so focused in career that relationships kind of take the back burner. And that's a lot of the trends that we are seeing with, career and business specifically, but also just, again, that self piece of people are really starting to put relationships on the back burner. They're putting, marriage. We're seeing, older marriage rates. If it happens at all, there's a lot more people that are just saying, hey, I just want to be single, just because of the struggle. People are just getting burnt out with dating, and those are the ones that are actively doing it. We're not even talking about the ones that have never done it.
Megan, when you talk about the issues of dating, you brought up dating apps, and I know me being 25, I've gone through my fair share of those back in the day. What do you think is the biggest problem with the dating apps? They were obviously created to help people who maybe weren't as versed in person or don't have the option to meet people in person for a way to connect with people. What do you think that the actual problem has arose from these apps?
So there's a few problems with that. One is that, so if you think about it, I mean, for us that are older, I'm 40, so we had those.
Nothing wrong with that.
We would go to the mall, right? Hey, so, we'd go to the mall, we'd go to the skating rinks, we'd have those, like what they call those third places, right? And we had a more social life because we didn't have online really anything when we were growing up. And so now you have these online elements where you get to be a little bit more passive in life. You get to be a little bit more distant. And that creates this comfort zone of I can have more anonymity and I don't have to have that rejection or those, elevated feelings in person. And so that's really kind of some of the trends that we're seeing is that fear of rejection that people are getting, where it's a lot easier to be rejected when there's some distance as opposed to it being in person. And even just sometimes the thought of a possible rejection is really what stifles people.
And then kind of following up on that, I think I read some on this. I can't remember the exact psychological reasoning. Maybe you can help me re-rack my brain for this, but I've heard when people use these dating apps, they go on a date with another person, and if things don't go 100% right, that the person who maybe feels like they're on the upper hand in the date will then not ask for a second date because they know there is the grass is greener type thing on the other side of the dating apps of, well, maybe this person will have all the check marks that I am looking for. What problems do that create?
Yeah, well, again, right to that point, it does give this whole facade of the grass is greener. There's something better out there. We're working off these checkbox lists of perfection. But the piece that sometimes gets missed is, but are you the perfect partner? Are you the perfect person? And so everybody, again, is so far looking outside of, oh, that person needs to be perfect. That person needs to have everything. But, would you date you?
Ooh, boy, I tell you, that's a loaded question right there. My goodness.
I mean,
maybe on the
sometimes
side.
we're like, yeah, heck yeah. Other times, maybe not.
Is that one of the questions you lead with? Would you date you?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Ooh.
That is definitely a filtering question of you right now. Would you date you? And sometimes that's the question of when you're looking at what are the things, because I dive deep with people.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, obviously we want an attractive partner. We want to have that physical attraction, right? That's an as is. But what are the things deeper than that? Because those can fade, those can change, or somebody can look amazing. They could be a 10, but they could have nothing else that they can offer for, a relationship and I hate the term bring to the table because God, that's just cringy. But
you got to, though.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you have going for you in life other than your looks? And so do you have charisma? Do you have personality? Do you have skills? Do you have, what else
Can
is
you
going
carry on a
What are the
conversation?
things- Yeah, right. Oh, my gosh, yes. And, again, that's where social media and apps have the communication is struggling. And people are starting to lack those skills of communication unless they're really seeking them out or they have the environments to support that. And so it really is looking at, again, are you the person that you are working for? Because in all honesty, we attract what we are, not what we want. Ooh. And so are you currently the person that you're ultimately wanting to be with? And if you're not, if there's a gap there, what are you doing to fill the gap?
A little bit of law of attraction there. I like it.
Megan's dropping nuggets tonight. I tell you what, you got, man, I'm telling you what, I was expecting you to help the fatties, and I'm over here, I'm questioning my life after this, after these first 7 or 8 minutes of the conversation. Let me ask you, no, you're doing it. I tell you what, a lot of good stuff to digest here. How much do you run into, and this is just something that I feel, and look, I'm in the same boat as you are. I mean, we are of that 40 plus range. So, you and I are old enough to remember when you had to talk to people face to face, right? You didn't have a choice, right? Like you went up to them and, maybe you had liquid courage, maybe you didn't, but at the end of the day, you still had to get on the phone. You couldn't text them. You had to call them, right? And so I'm just fascinated because, look, I got a 22-year-old daughter and, I get to hear about her, dating travails and what have have you. And then, of course, I hear people from our age as well who are dealing with the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
With the apps and what have you, how much success have your clients had, and how much have you done as far as just saying, look, have you thought about, and this is you talking to people just saying, hey, have you thought about just saying, you know what, let's get off the apps, let's detox from that, and while you work on yourself, hey, if you come across somebody at a grocery store, at the gym, at, insert place here, go talk to them. Are people starting to maybe adopt that old school adage anymore?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of conversations, especially coming into 2025 around, what is it now? Like the dating apps, people are just getting burnt out on the dating apps. They're getting burnt out on swiping. They're getting burnt out on the back and forth of it, right? And so it really is, okay, so what is it? And I actually had put out a question there. I did a TikTok a while back where I was like, yo, friends, hi. I like you. You're cool people. I want to date people like you. So who are your friends? Like, hook a girl up. And so, again, I look at dating apps.
What kind of response did you get?
Just another tool. to the TikTok or from my friends?
From both. What'd you get?
TikTok is still going. I think last I looked, there was like 40,000 views. I don't do a lot on there, so it just kind of took off for a second. But even friends, I was getting, hey, actually I have this person, and I was getting messages. And so, again, that's giving them another filter. And sometimes it's, they don't know unless you ask. And that's really a law for anything in life. You don't know until you ask. But when it goes to dating apps and goes to that side with my clients or just, in general, it's just a tool. And so if you just use it as a tool, you use it as another resource, it's just another way to meet somebody instead of leaning so heavily on it. And again, it's when you're in person, if you see somebody, kind of feel it out. And so with women, make yourself approachable, make yourself open, make yourself vulnerable. And to the point of then a guy thinks, oh, okay, maybe I can approach you, because I've had a lot of conversations with men where they're like, we don't know what to do. We say, don't do it here, but do it here. Well, okay, but what am I doing? What is okay? What is acceptable? Where's the right time? And, it's always, the wrong time. And so where's the right time? And so there's room for both sides that we got to both do better, men and women.
And speaking of doing better and doing the right thing, obviously tomorrow being Valentine's Day, it's a big day for couples out there, especially for the most part for the guy to have a nice dinner, to have some flowers, some chocolates and whatnot. Take us through the girl perspective and a girl in a relationship, maybe what she's expecting. Obviously, every case is different, but just kind of what you think overall, what a girl would want to hear, would like to hear, just all of our listeners out there that are trying to plan or continue planning the perfect Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Yeah, it really comes down to intentionality. What is your intention? And actually having some intention. It's easy to, just grab some flowers from the store, send an order in, or, book the dinner reservation. But what is something that your partner has maybe mentioned in the past? Is there a favorite restaurant? Is there a favorite cuisine? Does she have a favorite flower? Does he have, a special something? And so again, it's really putting some intention behind the things and not letting it be so passive, because, oftentimes a gift can seem like it's supposed to be a filler for something else. It's filler for your time. It's a filler for your attention. But when you can see that there's thought behind it, and that this person, even if they did send a flower delivery, that maybe it's still unexpected. And maybe that's just a little piece of the whole overall evening that is going to be had together. And so I'd really say just really sit and put some intention behind what your plans are going to be.
It's a great point. Last but certainly not least, just something for the guys and gals, whoever's listening tonight. We're a late night show, so you get guys that, hey, we've had people text in, hey, I've asked women out, it's not working, this, that, and the other. What's one just nugget that they can take home from Megan Buckley? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but at the very least, you'll be better off for it.
Yeah, it's again, just lead with intention. That could be my biggest piece, is leading with intention. Like, what are you wanting to come out of this, and what are you wanting in your life? And if that's a big question mark for you, then maybe dating isn't the right thing for you right now. Maybe you got to go figure that out. Maybe you got to answer that question for yourself. But if you have answered that question, you know what you're looking for. You have some healthy boundaries. You have healthy communication. You are going into it with intention and purpose. Then that, first of all, you're going to be opening up to, and you're going to be magnetizing that right person.
I love it. I love it.
Happen.
Megan, absolutely phenomenal stuff from
Great
you.
stuff.
I think everybody learned something. I know I certainly did. Tell the folks at home where they can find you at on the socials.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. So I am on Instagram. I am Megan Buckley. You can find me on TikTok, Real Talk with Megan. And those are going to kind of be my two that I spend the most time on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Megan, I hope you have a wonderful Valentine's Day, whatever it is you decide to do tomorrow. Thank you again, and we'll have to have you on again very soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Megan.
Absolutely. Megan Buckley, great stuff from her. Shout out to Mama Kim for helping facilitate that.
Yep.
Great stuff, and hopefully you fatties learned a thing or two or three. I know I certainly did. All right, what's coming up next? Blake Elliott.
Well, we just learned how to date and how to be a better lover. Let's get a little bit smarter. Let's do a little bit of extra credit. I think we're going to make Fred the host figure out what the subject is next on Fan After Dark.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Boy, do we have a barn burner in the AAC. One game before the All-Star break, 113-108. Your Dallas Mavericks lead by 5 with 1:40 left. Dante Exum has taken his game upon himself to be his game. In 22 minutes, Dante Exum has scored how many points, Fred? Not 10, not 15, not 20, not 25. 26 points from the Australian kangaroo himself, Dante Exum. Max Christie's got you 17. Kessler with 15. Najee with 12. Dinwiddie with 16. Omax with 10. Brandon Williams with 11. So that is 7 different players in double digits for your Dallas Mavericks as they are trying to close this game out. Tyler Hero did have one of the more insane plays I've seen. He dropped Dante Exum to the floor. Dante Exum then quickly got back up. Dante Exum fouled him in the corner while Tyler Hero splashed a 3 for an and 1 and then made the free throw. And now Duncan Robinson just hit a 3. The Mavs are only up 3 points with 1:24 to go. Well, while the Mavs are closing out this game, we're going to let you take your brain off, and we're going to turn on the brains of Fred, turn on the brain of Ross.
There we go.
Hopefully they got their piece of paper ready because we're going to be doing a little extra credit. We're going to do an algebra version. It's time for a little extra credit. Ring the bell.
Fred
and Blake.
It's a merry-go-round, you dumbass. Do you need the dumb in front of the dumbass?
I mean, I did his homework. Not like he bullied me. He just kind of redundant.
Okay.
I've never even heard that word in my life.
But as my own personal form of punishment, I figured out how you're going to earn that extra credit.
All right, let's go. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. The Dallas Mavericks up 116-111, under a minute to go. Tyler Hero at the free throw line. We'll keep you updated on that game. But in the meantime, it's time for a little extra credit. I've been losing a bunch, so I decided to be the moderator role today and let Fred and Ross duel it out for questions. Fred, Ross, today's subject is going to be algebra. We're going to do a little math. We've never done math at extra credit.
This is going to be interesting how this is going to work
And
out.
I hope you both got a piece of paper, and I hope you both have a pen.
Well, you are. The fact that you asked me if I had paper.
Ready? Now, how this is going to go, we're not going to do turns. I'm just going to read out the equation. You blurt out the answer. Whoever blurts it out first will get the point, okay?
Wow.
Understood?
Okay. All right.
It's a wild extra credit.
And I'll ring the bell for this correct. Question 1.
Question 1.
At home, you can play along at home if you'd like. 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Text into the show and let us know if you know the answer.
There you go.
We're going to start off with an easy one. And like I said, don't ask any questions. Just answer, and you're first.
Okay.
2x plus 7 equals 15. What is x?
X is 4.
Why couldn't
X is 4.
my brain couldn't? I knew it, but I was like, why can't I figure this out? I'm trying too hard.
Okay. Here we go. What is 14 times 6? 14 times 6.
84.
I'll call that a tie. Y'all said that pretty much at the exact same time. Okay. Subtract 215 from 500. I don't think you'll need your calculator.
385. 285.
Correct. 285 was correct. What is 72 plus 57?
129.
Correct. Okay.
Are you keeping track of the score?
Ross has 2. Fred has 1. Ross has 2. Okay. Divide 144 by 8. What is the answer? Mavs are up 3.
18.
Correct to Fred. 2-2 is the score. 2-2 is the score.
Oh.
Find the least common multiple of 5 and 7.
35.
Heater!
I had to think about that one first. What's the score? 3-2?
3-2. Find the greatest common divisor of 24 and 36. Greatest common divisor. So you
12.
Good pull.
Good. 3-3. Okay. Let me get you some harder ones. Here we go. 5x minus 3 equals 2x plus 9. What is x? I'll read it one more time. 5x minus 3 equals 2x plus 9.
What is X? It's a lot more fun on this side.
X is 4.
X is 4. Ross takes a 4-3 lead in commanding fashion.
Damn it.
Oh, these are really hard right here. I don't want to do quadratic equations. Okay, we'll do this. 4, and then we're doing parentheses right here. X minus 3 in the parentheses.
Okay, hold on. Say it again.
4, then parentheses, X minus 3, close parentheses, equals 16. What is X?
7.
4 to 4. Okay. Can y'all do inequalities or no? I can do more linear equations if you can't do inequalities. Do y'all know how to do inequalities?
So greater than, isn't that what?
Yeah,
greater than or equal to?
Yeah.
So I'll give you this one.
I haven't done one in probably 30 years, but yeah, let's give it a shot. Why not?
3x minus 4 is greater than 8.
3x minus 4, 5. No.
Nope.
X is 4. X is greater than 4.
How bad did you want to get that one?
Okay, continue.
X plus 7 equals 15.
8.
Yeah.
I was about to say I want to give a gimme.
I had to think about it, is that it?
X minus 9 equals 4.
13.
You said I needed the answer, but Fred got it off first.
You can do a tie.
No ties around here. 3x plus 5 equals 17.
X plus 5 4.
Yep.
Right. 7 to 5. 5x minus 2 equals 3x plus 10. What is X?
X is 6.
X is 6.
Damn it.
7 to 6. Fred leads. 6x.
I'm clearly not doing these right. Go ahead.
6x. You're not getting to the same final answer.
Go ahead.
6x plus 4 equals 2x plus 20. What is X?
X is 4.
Correct.
You're killing me on these. What's the score?
Ross has got it's 7-7. Okay. Now we're gonna do 3-step. 4x minus 3 equals 2x plus 9.
X is 6.
Correct. Ross is whipping.
When these ones are killing me.
Okay,
I just can't wrap my brain around why I can't figure these out. I'm dying here.
We'll switch the topic, if you will.
Oh, I'll get one.
No, I'm getting off the linear equations because that's obviously not your wheelhouse right here. Okay, basic LCM questions for Fred. Find the LCM of 8 and 12. Lowest common multiplier.
2.
Yep.
Incorrect. Lowest common multiplier, not divider.
Wouldn't that be 4?
24.
24 is correct. Okay. Lowest common multiplier of 16 and 24. Ooh, who's going to get this one?
48.
Yeah. Wow. Just right off the dome.
Okay. What's the lowest common multiplier of 3, 4, and 5? I don't think y'all are getting this one anytime soon. 3 numbers now. 3, 4, and 5 LCM.
I'm going to guess 60.
That's it. Good call.
9 to 8. Ross is leading. What is the LCM of 7, 14, and 21?
42.
Nice.
10 to 9. Fred leads. We'll do a couple more LCMs. What is the LCM of 12, 15, and 20?
300.
Incorrect.
What'd you say? 12, 15, and 20?
Mm-hmm. You got it. I believe in you. I'll give you a hint. The answer is above 50.
Let's go with... Hold on.
Y'all should see these guys counting in here. Throw it on the Dallas fan cam if you haven't already.
120.
Incorrect. 12, 15, and 20. The LCM is below 100, but above 50.
Really?
Wait, you said, sorry, one more
60.
time. What were the numbers? Yeah, it's 60.
Got to be 60.
Okay.
Didn't you do that one already?
Maybe.
I don't think so, no.
Well, 60 was one of them, but maybe maybe you had some different numbers. All right, so 60.
All right, I'm going to do 2 more for our final ones. Messing it to give me new questions. Give me more math questions.
Give me more math questions.
Right now, Fred leads 11-9. Okay, solve for X. You ready, Fred? 4, This is a fraction. It's a fraction. 4X is on the top of the fraction. 3 is on the bottom. You got that written down? Equals 8. What is X?
X is 6.
Ross Levinsky is 1 point away. It is 11-10. Fred leaves.
It's killing me with these.
How would you simplify 12 over 18? What would be the answer?
2/3.
You said 2/3. You said 3/4.
I did.
Is that right? Is that 3/4? That's not right, right?
I don't know. You're the one. You're the moderator.
No, the answer is 2 over 3.
Yeah. So I said 3/4. It's 3/4.
Okay. So
yeah, 2/3 is right.
Okay.
Who's moderating here?
What percent of 25? What is 25% of 200?
What is 25% of 250?
Good job. 12 to 11. Here we go. Now we're getting some questions right here. We'll end with these last 2 right here. We got 2 questions. A jacket originally cost $80. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. A jacket originally cost $80.
Okay.
And is on sale for 20% off. What is the new price?
60.
Incorrect.
Okay, say that. Read it one more time. It's 80 after the 20%'s off?
A jacket originally cost $80. It's now on sale for 20% off. What is this new price with the 20% off?
$64.
Yep.
Alrighty, Ross. Here we go. Last question. A price increase from 50% to a price increase from $50 to $65. What is the percentage increase?
Can you give us the question again?
Yes, sir. A price increase from $50 to $65. What is the percentage increase? Any guess?
45%?
Incorrect. Ross?
I literally could not tell you.
Are we blanking on this one?
Hold
It
on.
is below 40%.
Yeah. 30%.
Noise.
And that's how we end. Fred with a score of 14-11 over Ross Levinsky, who just came from math class. Fred Davis finally dethrones Ross in his extra credit prowess.
That was huge, man, because I'll tell you what, Ross has been beating our ass week after week.
It wouldn't have even been a contest if this one hadn't chickened out.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what.
So what we're going to do next is a guy who chickened out of his nickname.
Ooh!
Jay Boogie. We're going to hear from him next. We're going to hear Jaden Hardy's laugh. We're going to hear the score of the Dallas Mavericks game and all the headlines around the world of sports that you missed next on the Fan After Dark.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome into The Fan After Dark, the last and final hour that you get to hear us today. I know it was a 3-hour show. It went by like that. You got to hear Jared Sandler on the Hot Stove Show. I believe we had Miss Stickles on as well, so you got blessed with that. We're hearing from some of your Ranger players as well. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That's from 7 to 8 every Thursday, getting you ready for Rangers baseball. We had pitchers and catchers report the other day. It's getting about that time. It is still cold outside, so I know I wouldn't want to be playing baseball in this weather, but that's why I'm not on a major league contract. That's why they gave it to Bobby Witt instead.
Well, they're also in warm weather. I mean, they're in Florida and Arizona too. So
that's a great point.
That's where spring training is.
If you can tell me what the song is, then I will say you're right. What instrumental is playing right now?
Oh,
you don't have your headphones in.
Let me put my headphones on.
Not prepared.
Let me put my headphones on. Sorry, I had to wash my hands.
What song is this? 877-881-1053 for the Tolos to get it before Fred. It's okay. You don't know it. It's okay.
Bullet with butterfly wings.
Close.
That's exactly what this is.
No.
It is not.
Close.
Let me go for a ride. Nah. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
That is the correct lyrics. It's just not this song.
Was it Zero?
Woo!
Oh, Zero. Hello. I should have known that, because when this song came out and there was a T-shirt that accompanied it, accompanied it. And all my fatties out there that were in high school in the 90s, or hell, college for that matter, tell me you didn't see a Zero shirt almost every day. People were wearing them Zero shirts all day, every day, every week.
She's the one for me.
I know you're a huge, you're Smashing Pumpkins love. Just every day, it's just a different, different album, different song, different vibe that you're going with here. So I respect that.
Siamese Dreamer was the one that I first attached to, but now I've been
not Bullet with Butterfly
Melancholy.
Wings, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness.
I've been vibing with that recently.
I mean, it's not a bad it's not a bad album to vibe to.
Just sit around and see. I can play it at any time. I mean, even though this is like a little more hardcore, I can play this just playing the game, chilling.
He's the one for me. It's a great banger when you're at the gym too.
Oh, at the gym.
This thing comes on. Watch out! Watch out! We faking to get crunk. Love this song.
Yeah.
Bullet with Butterfly Wings. What song is that?
That's Rat in the Cage is correct. Just a rat in the cage.
That's right. That's what that is. Bullet with Butterfly Wings. That's Rat in the Cage.
It starts really slow.
That's right. I forgot this was.
Maybe Ross will play it next.
You're my one and only.
I just love how they do this low, just boom.
That's it.
Just crash.
Get you some Pearl Jam in your life.
Okay, now if I like Smashing Pumpkins,
you'll love Pearl Jam.
877-881-1053. If Blake enjoys Smashing Pumpkins, Zero, Butterfly or Bullet Wings,
Get
Disarm,
you some Pearl Jam,
Soma, Luna, Cherub Rock, or is it Cherub Rock or Cherub?
I think it's Cherub.
If I like those songs in that band, send me recommendations of other bands that are similar from the 90s. I like grunge.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden.
Someone said turn up the volume next time I was jamming.
Damn right they were. And then of course if you want to go back even further, you can go do a little Temple of the Dog, which is Soundgarden and Pearl Jam together. You never heard the song Hunger Strike?
I haven't.
Really? You guys don't know the song Hunger Strike?
I mean, maybe I have.
I
Maybe
don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence.
You thought this was the fan?
This is on the table, the fire's cooking. That song goes.
I know you listened to the fan. You thought you were gonna get some sports talk. It's actually 90s grunge.
Don't
rewatch.
sleep on Temple of a Dog. That's my jam right there. R.I.P. Chris Cornell.
Well, we do have Jason Kidd at the presser who showed up to this press conference.
Yes, he did.
Because he's feeling good. The Dallas Mavericks get a 118.
Dante with 27 tonight.
A 118-113 win over the Miami Heat. As you mentioned, Dante Exum, player of the game in 24 minutes. Outscores his minutes, 27 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals is a +8, and shot 84% from the field. Only missed 2 shots the entire night and played tenacious defense. Shout out to Dante Exum, our Aussie kangaroo out there.
Second highest scoring game of his career.
Yeah. Probably when he was with the Jazz early. Maybe had one that he blew up with. Max Christie, 19. I mean, you can just book at 15 plus in this guy.
Getting anywhere between 15 and 20.
Kessler Edwards played 40 minutes tonight and gave you 15 and 9. I mean,
you can't ask for more than that.
Kessler Edwards played 15 more minutes than Dante Exum.
Yeah. And really, that third quarter kept you afloat.
Kessler Edwards in the third quarter alone, 13 points, 4 made field goals. He was huge. Najee Marshall gave you some stability. He gave you 9 rebounds along with 12 points. Spencer Dinwiddie in 36 minutes gave you 18 points. Omax Prosper still prospering. 23 minutes, 10 points, 3 boards. Jaden Hardy was on the court. 19 minutes, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Let's notice positives. Was 0 of 8 from the field for 2 points.
Hey, it wasn't for a lack of trying. Brandon, that third quarter, he was chucking up anything, and as soon as that boy got the ball across the half-court line.
Brandon Williams with more minutes than Jaden Hardy, once again, something we're going to keep monitoring. 11 points for Brandon Williams in 25 minutes. He was 4 of 7 from the field with a rebound and 3 assists.
Well, he's being a lot more judicious with his shot selection, whereas Jaden just...
Yeah, and he shot one less shot than Jaden.
Green bean, as the kids say.
Green.
Yeah, he's green as soon as he walks on the court.
Kyler Kelly, if you can guess how many minutes he played.
7.
I will give you a high five. Incorrect. Ross, guess.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
How many minutes did Kyler Kelly play?
I'm going to guess 13.
Both of y'all under and under.
Oh, okay. So 16.
No, under. You need to go lower.
Lower than what we guessed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lower.
so 5.
Lower.
3.
Ross is correct. 3 minutes.
Wow.
Kyler Kelly was the only player that didn't log at least 19 minutes. Jaden Hardy logged 19. Everybody else was 20 plus, and then Kyler Kelly logged 3.
Damn, son.
Got to feel if you're
He
Kyler.
still got 4 points.
4 points. I got to feel for Kyler. I mean, every big on the roster's hurt, and they're playing Kessler Edwards 40 minutes
Well,
over
I mean,
me.
here's the thing, though, right? I mean, what's happening, and you're seeing it on the court, is
Playing 5 out.
Well, you've got more teams are adapting to what the Mavericks are doing than vice versa.
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's call it what it is. It's not like the Warriors have any dominant big man. And was Bam out tonight?
Bam was out.
So that played into their hands.
They played Khalil Ware, their rookie at center, he's lanky, but he's not like, we have to have Daniel Gafford in there. He's a guy that's going to want to shoot.
Or Kyler Kelly.
Play at the elbow. And Kessler Edwards, to me, my MVP is Kessler Edwards. Playing the center position for 40 minutes, giving you 13 in the third. That's my MVP for tonight.
That's a two-way guy, 3-star prospect coming out of high school, out of Rancho Cucamonga. Went to Pepperdine. Shout out to Pepperdine.
Random facts
I was looking him up.
He just spitballed that like this. Everybody knows this. Come on.
I had to, I do a little deep dive on our boy Kessler. He's earned it for what he's done. So. Look, it's easy to as mad as you want to be at the franchise. Let's go ahead and put that on the back burner for now, and let's celebrate the team that you've got out there on this basketball court right now. And you've seen they're now what 3-3 since the
3-3
since the Luka trade. 2 of those losses again should have been wins, but hey, that's only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Honestly, all 3. I mean, think about it. Like the Heat, you got blown out by. You weren't winning that game.
Yeah.
And then
you mean the Cavaliers?
Cavaliers, excuse me. And then the Sixers and the Kings.
The Kings.
I mean, 1-2 points, and both of them it could have gone your way.
And the one was in overtime.
But you talked about our guy Jaden Hardy earlier in the show, and I told you about his laugh. You had no idea. You hadn't heard it. Maybe some of the fatties.
I have not heard his.
Maybe some
laugh.
of the fatties. They've never heard Jaden Hardy laugh. I've seen it in person. I've seen them at these little different events. Great guy, infectious smile, always laughing. For those who haven't heard, for my boy Jaden Hardy, we're praying for minutes for him. This is Jaden Hardy's laugh for those who haven't heard it.
Man, I don't know.
I'm not going to necessarily castigate the man for what sounds like a rather aggressive.
Do we have Kawhi Leonard and his next to each other? Okay, so here is Kawhi Leonard's laugh, which people was like the laugh of the NBA, and then you hear Jaden Hardy's right after, and you tell me which one's a better laugh.
Man, I don't know.
Kawhi sounds like he's having trouble laughing. Jaden seems like he's having so much fun laughing.
The thing about Kawhi's laugh is it almost doesn't sound real. It sounds like it's computer modulated.
Or like an alien trying their best to fit in with humans.
That sounds like an AI laugh. Like somebody drew that up in a lab.
It's like that bug villain guy from one of the Men in Black movies where it's just very clearly not a human.
Yes.
But they're trying their hardest to be a human.
Oh, great stuff. They're 4-3 since the trade. I didn't count the Celtics. They've beat the Celtics, Rockets, Warriors, and now Heat. So they're 4-3 since the trade. Great stuff. Whoever texted that in.
Appreciate you, Fatty. Jaden Hardy's laugh is a lot like him. Okay, very aggressive. In your face, and I mean, a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you had this Jay Boogie audio?
I do.
So I'm curious. We don't need to play you said it's 3 minutes long?
Oh, yeah.
We'll cut it off when we need to.
I was going to say, let's just play the first 30 seconds to a minute of it, because I'm curious. I mean, Blake and I have already let our
we lived
thoughts, and we've talked to James about it. And I don't know if you know what's next when it comes to, because we talked a little bit about it a little bit more in the last segment. But I'm curious, really, as a fellow producer, to get your thoughts on James Tritley, a.k.a. no longer Jay Boogie.
Yeah, it'll be... I mean, shoot, we'll have to go a little more into it. I'd love to hear kind of a brief summary after we listen to this of what that sounded like in that last segment. But anyways, here is Jay Boogie letting his protest finally be heard that he doesn't like the nickname Jay Boogie.
We did get rid of Jay Boogie. That's a dead thing now.
Oh, what? Yeah. What do you mean we got rid of Jay Boogie?
It's just,
the music, too, is so good.
And
never fit who?
Me? I mean, it was never a thing. You guys just
we made
threw
it.
I know.
We made it.
It's gone, apparently.
We thought we made it a thing.
Yeah, no.
So I mean, so you're just rejecting it? Is that what's going on here?
Well, yeah, like Salas could have rejected Alex 2.0, but I think he's owned it. You know, new guy Jake. You know, maybe he's owned that cat. Well, khaki cat. Didn't he get a hat with it on?
No, he was wearing a khaki hat, and I called him Khaki Kev.
Okay,
and it's grown since.
Okay.
So that was, and again, as you could tell, like we were getting ready to do, because that's the music that James plays for the top 5.
Yeah.
You know, I got 5 on it, which fantastic music selection there. But he just casually drops in that that he never took to the J Boogie nickname, and we've been calling him J Boogie for 3 months.
We have. My favorite part is me just not saying anything during that disagreement.
Yeah, here's Blake, Mr. Switzerland, on this, who clearly has plenty to say, but opts not to say anything. He chimes in a little bit here and there, like, I thought it was okay to call you that. I didn't know we had a problem with it. So it's me and James going at each other, basically.
Politician over here. You got to know when to talk and when not.
No, you don't. I mean, talk with you. What do they say? Put your chest into it. So I'm curious to get your thoughts, Ross. Again, I feel bad because we've never given you a nickname, but again, because your name is Ross Lubinsky, it almost sounds
like a nickname,
like a fictional character. So your name is in alone is its own name.
Ross's name in my phone is Rossi Labin.
I've just got Ross Lubinsky, the fan.
Not the fan. The fan producer on Thursday.
Blake, I love you, Blake, but Fred, shout out to him. He has all the important details. He's got the name. He's got the company. Everything else,
you don't like Rossi Labin?
Not important.
Like Rossi?
I do love it. I do. In fact, it's about the nicest nickname I've gotten for Lubinsky.
It's L-A and then capital B-E-N. Ross Labin.
Ross Labin. So here's the deal. Here's what's happening moving forward. So we're not going to call him J Boogie anymore. All right.
Someone said he did y'all wrong. Y'all need to keep calling him that. You don't get to choose your nickname.
And that's my thing is I'm kind of like,
go I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when it comes to nicknames, like most of the nicknames I've gotten in life, like I gave myself it, and one caught on. But anyways, like when you get a nickname from someone, I feel like you just can't really get rid of it. Like imagine if we were not working at a radio station, a sports radio station, if we were on like a team instead.
Yeah.
You couldn't get rid of a nickname.
I'm tired of J Boogie.
If he said those words, if I was on a football team and I said I don't want to be called J Boogie anymore, they would call me J Boogie 4 times as hard.
They would. So here's the issue. This is what he told us yesterday. So he's been hosting 1 to 5 on Sundays. Him and Khaki Kev. Apparently, everybody calls him Trites. Okay, we've never called him Trites. Okay. Have you ever called them Trites?
Me personally, no.
No, you. Yes, you personally.
Me personally, no.
I don't know, Fred. I think you're being a bit trite.
So that's everybody on the state. I guess everybody on the Sunday show, Khaki and new guy Jake, call him Trites.
But see what the thing is they have been here less time than James, so he can say, call me this, call me that.
Yes. And plus he's got a segment.
Yeah.
Called Not to Be Trite or something like that.
They're not going to be like James, no.
No, Khaki Kev, certainly not. I could see maybe new guy Jake giving him a hard time. So here's the deal. So James Trite Lee they're on their show Sunday. Him and Khaki Kev are going to have like a battle royale for what his nickname's going to be. Now, I feel like
he's going to skew it.
No, I feel like he's going to sabotage J Boogie. Okay.
If you want the super dumb name that Fred gave me on this show that I totally disagree with.
Nobody else but Fred and Blake call me that. Those are the only 2. There's another friend of mine named J Boogie that's what he calls, or we call him.
So it's super dumb. Vote for it if you want.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I might try to rally. He won't tell me what time the segment is because I feel like I could rally the fatties and have them vote for J Boogie.
They've
absolutely. For all my fatties out there, let's rally and call him J Boogie. Like that's kind of
over
what I'm
300 texts.
Oh, we'll get him. I promise you. The fatties will unite on a Sunday. So that's the deal, man. So
someone said props to Jimmy T. He's been building up the courage for months to stand his ground on this.
I mean, he has, and that's the other nickname we could call him is Jimmy T.
I already got one. It's Jim,
which I kind of like too, but he didn't like that one either. He didn't like Jim. JIM-JIM. So they didn't like Jim. He didn't like J Boogie, unbeknownst to us, and we literally call him that at least a half dozen times a show.
Yeah,
and have been calling him that.
Did pre-show with him.
Did pre-show. Didn't say a word.
He said, we can't wait till 10:20.
We've done several pre-shows with him. Never once said, I don't like J Boogie.
Nope.
So we learned a valuable lesson, Ross. We learned a valuable lesson, and we will just refer to him as James Tritely, his government name, from here on out.
It's horrifying.
You know? I mean, it is what it is. What's your nickname? I mean, everybody just calls me Fred or Freddie D. That's it.
A lot of people from high school call me Swanky B. That was like my nickname in high school.
Swanky B.
Yeah, that was my handle forever.
Grown-ups call you?
Maybe just B.
Okay.
Just B. Just the letter B.
I mean, it's fair. I mean, we got the kind of names like there's no. I mean, again, with the name like Fred, the natural name is Freddie. And my last name is Davis, so it's Freddie D. I've been Freddie D since I was a kid.
Balake. A lot of people.
Balake is a good one.
Yeah, that one's pretty typical.
I don't know. I've just always, I don't know, Dave.
Dave.
Oh, Dave. That's what I'm gonna start calling.
I felt like if my name was Dave, I'd be in the CIA. Have a suit on. Hey, Dave.
Either that or you'd be assistant program director. Dave Elliott, assistant program director. What if I be the fan?
Do I look like a Gavin or a Tim? You think I could take their job and be Gavin or Tim? If I was to sit in their office and like have a hood on, you don't know who's there. Hey, it's just Gavin.
Well, the fact that you would be sitting in an office with a hood on would already be the first red flag for me.
Hey, Tim, I just wanted to talk about some hours.
I'm taking radio advice from you. It's what you're
Close your eyes if you walk into my office. Close your eyes. I'm not who you think I am.
Okay, so you're also Jerry Sandusky. Is what you're saying.
I never. Just close your eyes, sit down.
Yeah, I think that's how he started all his conversations too.
No, I'm not that. It's just
close
private.
Close your eyes and say, go ahead and mark that for me, please. Come in, sit down, and close your eyes.
That's bad.
Because nothing nefarious has ever started off with come in and close your eyes. All right, coming up next, top 5.
Can we call him Timberlake because his initials are JT?
Ooh. I mean, we got to run it by him first.
Yeah, we got to do a seminar.
We got to run it by him, maybe. Apparently there's got to be a chain of command that we got to follow and make sure he's okay with it. So, all right, coming up next, top 5 at 10:20. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. Top 5 gifts for your Valentine. Don't go anywhere.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries? No.
Alrighty, Tolos, I've got some bad news for you. Tolos, fatties alike. You just saw your Mavs win against the Miami Heat. Well, the injury news continues to get worse because we do have the Daniel Gafford news on how long he'll be out.
Oh.
And it's not good.
What did he do, tear his ACL?
He did not tear his ACL.
MCL.
Per Shams Charania, Dallas Mavericks center Daniel Gafford, brace yourself, Mavs fans, has sustained a grade 3 MCL sprain and will miss at least 6 weeks of the rest of the season.
So he won't be, but he's not back till April.
March 27th will be 6 weeks from today.
He's not back till April.
So practically, yeah, I would assume they'll probably wait till April.
That stinks.
So you're not getting Derek Lively back before that. Maybe you get Dwight Powell back before that. Probably not going to get AD back before that.
Oh, no.
So you're going to play against the Pelicans, Warriors, Lakers, Hornets, Bucks, Kings,
It's
Bucks,
Kyler Kelly
Grizzlies.
time, y'all.
Yeah, you've got a ringer.
Because here's the thing. I mean, what big man you getting off the street?
And you saw the Lakers try to get
I was
Alex
gonna
Lynn.
say, I mean, they're getting Alex Lynn.
And who played horrendous for them. They're ready to already waive him.
Well, I mean, it's one game. I don't think anybody's going to, I mean, give him another week. I mean,
I'm just
look,
saying the fans are already ready to waive him.
Well, apparently, Emmanuel Acho's apparently ready to ship Luke out the street. I mean, apparently he sucks all of a sudden after 2 games. This is why we said he couldn't play defense. We've seen it. Game 2 against Utah. You saw how bad he was defensively. Okay, the guy hasn't played in 6 weeks.
A grade 3
calm down.
A grade 3 tear is a full tear of the MCL. The only good thing about the MCL is it has good blood supply, which helps it heal. It rarely needs surgery. However, more than likely will need a full 12-week recovery. This is from Dr. Evan Jeffries, little doctor in the comment section.
Okay. Well, appreciate you, Doc Jeff, but it's not a good. But are we surprised? Unfortunately, I mean, this is the proverbial when it rains it pours right now for this Dallas Mavericks team.
Full tear of his MCL, and because the thing is, this is my speculation. I feel like Gafford has been playing through lower injuries, even upper injuries. We see him get hit in the shoulder, down for a while, and it's like, I'm the only big man, and he's the guy that's going to fight to get back in there. And it might have just been too
great
much.
About playing through injury.
And
well,
he just
that
buckled
he
up.
did fall in. I mean, that leg did buckle, right? So I mean, but you're right. I mean, he's been taking a beating all year, and it eventually. I mean, hell, he had that. What he had the ankle sprain that he was able to bounce back from. Like what we thought it might be out a couple weeks, and then boom, he comes back 2 games later, something crazy like that. So it's unfortunate because again, just seems like this team can't get out of its own way, and unfortunately, this has been the situation even before Luka got hurt. I mean, this has just been a deal with this. This has been the underlying theme with this team all season long. Is that injuries have ransacked what was otherwise a promising season.
Yeah, Gafford's missed 2 games, both with left ankle soreness. And now he's going to miss the next month and a half, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long, long finish of the season. What you got?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Boy.
And so if he does come back in April, that means you've got 6 games with him. Hawks, Clippers, Lakers, Raptors, Grizzlies. Season's over. I mean, at that point, do you rush him back for 6? I mean, if you're in a playoff position, sure. If you're like the 6th seed and you're like, hey, we want to get him ready for the playoffs. But if you're like the 10th seed, 11th seed, even the 9th seed, do you even play him?
Oh yeah, no, you're going to. I mean, if he's if he's cleared, then yes, you play him.
Bring him back April 2nd. That's your first game in April against the Hawks at home.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to get him back. I mean, obviously, he'll be working out before then. I mean, again, this isn't an AD situation. Right, where if you're kind of questioning it or maybe it's somewhere. By the way, Golden State beats the Rockets tonight 105-98, and you had both Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and Draymond Green played tonight, which, by the way, Steve Kerr said last night after the game that he wasn't sure that either one of those guys was going to play.
Yeah, because of how late they got to Houston.
Exactly. But Steph and Draymond both play and get a big win over the Houston Rockets. So
a lot of NBA going on right now.
Well, of course, it's kind of the last second sprint before everybody, because I think everybody will be off. Well, hell, tomorrow's Friday, so you'll have the Rising Stars Challenge or something like that. Where is the All-Star game at this year anyway?
It's a great question. I've not been keeping up with that.
One thing I did want to mention is that with Houston losing to Golden State, as y'all just mentioned, that is 7 losses. Let me make sure I have this
in
right.
Like their last 8 or something like that?
9.
Okay.
Dating back to at the very end of last month. And so they won 2 games coming into this one.
Yeah.
And so with that, yeah, they have lost 7 of their last 9. And the reason I bring this up is because Mavs, I know we're talking about a slew of injuries. You know, it's kind of a tough time for Dallas right now. But even with that, Dallas is 30-26. Houston is the 4th seed, and they are 34-21. So like, what is that? 4.5 games ahead of Dallas. And that's pretty remarkable when you think about everything that the Mavericks have been through this season.
If this team's able to finish strong and somehow find its way into the playoffs, you know, depending on how things turn out, but if they're able to find their way into the playoffs, look, I get it. Kenny Atkinson's probably going to be your coach of the year, considering the way Cleveland is. Hell, JB Bickerstaff's probably going to be in that conversation, even though, like I said, I think Cavs are going to win it, or Jimmy Kenny is going to win it. Jay Kidd's got to be in the conversation. Say what you want about what he knew, what he didn't know, not doing a post-game press conference. The fact that he's got this team playing the kind of basketball they have, and he's got guys like Kessler Edwards
playing 40 minutes,
playing their ass off. Kudos.
All-Star game is at the Chase Center, home of the Warriors in San Francisco. The first festivities will kick off tomorrow. You get the Rising Stars game and the Celebrity game. And then the 15th, you're going to get the Slam Dunk and 3-point competition. And then Sunday, you get the All-Star game. I forget how quick their turnaround is. It's just like you're playing Thursday, tomorrow, we're getting right into events. Saturday, Sunday, boom, we're back to basketball.
You figure a lot of the All-Stars aren't playing until Sunday.
Correct.
Right? And so tomorrow's going to be what? The Rising Stars Challenge?
Rising Stars and Celebrity.
And then Saturday, you got all the
3-point and dunk and skills.
Yeah. And it just doesn't have the same.
No, it doesn't.
That it used to. Now, you could argue the 3-point contest probably gets more love at this stage of the game than the dunk contest does. I mean, when you got to bring in Mac McClung from the G League as your dunk champion, which, I mean, maybe you need to start bringing in other people.
Okay,
maybe you do need more G League.
This is your Rising Stars teams. Team M, what stands for Mitch Richmond, former Warriors player.
There you go.
He's got
K-State alum.
He's got both the Thompson twins, Amanda and Asar.
Okay.
He's got Balai Kulabai from the Wizards, Kamara from the Blazers, Bub Carrington from the Wizards, Yves Missy from the Pelicans, and Julian Strother from the Nuggets. You like that team? That's Team M.
If it's got the Thompson twins on it, I'm in.
This is Tim Hardaway Sr.'s team. So Team T, Jaime Jaquez, Anthony Black, number 2 overall pick, Alex Sarr, Brandon Podziemski from the Warriors, Tristan Da Silva from the Magic, number 1 overall pick, Zachary Richauche from the Hawks, and Raptors guard Grady Dick. So he's got the number 1 and 2 overall pick, Podziemski, Dick, and Jaime Jaquez.
I don't know, man. You know, I like my boy Grady Dick.
I like that team. Team C, Dalton Knecht, Keontae George, Trace Jackson Davis, starting center for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Edey, Ryan Dunn, Jalen Wells, who, fun fact, is top 5 in Rookie of the Year voting right now, and Stephon Castle, who's been killing it for the Spurs.
Yeah, he has.
That's Chris Mullins' team.
Oh, so they want a little Run TMC action here. Okay, I like that. I like what they did there. Are they doing this the same way they're doing the All-Star game then?
It's the 4 bracket setup, yeah.
I don't mind it. It will make watching this thing a little more interesting.
Because they do it in the same day. It's boom, and then it's like AAU, and then you get off the court, and then another team gets on the court.
It's like, when you play at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
Winner stays on.
And then the G League is J.D. Davidson, Mac McClung, and a bunch of guys. And Reed Shepard. Fun fact, I didn't even know he was down in the G League.
He was in the G League for a minute.
And guess who the coach of this team is? Jeremy Lin is coaching the G League team.
Lin sanity. What a time to be alive.
I think I'm taking Chris Mullins' team with Jalen Wells, Stephon Castle, Trace Jackson, Zach Edey, Ryan Dunn, Keontae George, and Dalton Knecht.
That is a good squad.
What team you taking?
And Chris Mullins been a coach before too. Give me Mitch Richmond has the Asar and Amin Thompson, correct? Give me them.
Okay, and then we're gonna throw Ross. You get Team T, Tim Hardaway Sr.'s team.
Okay,
with our boy Grady Dick and Jaime Jaquez. Are we doing top 5 on the other side like yesterday?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Here we go. Real quick. All right, so I got Mitch Richmond.
Yep.
All right. You got Chris Mullin?
Correct.
Okay, Mullin.
And Ross has got Tim Hardaway Sr.
Hardaway seeing you.
And we all have Jeremy Lin in the G League.
We all love Jeremy Lin. All right, coming up next, final segment of the program. We'll put a bow on this bad boy, and we'll tell you the 5 gifts that you can give to your shawty next for Valentine's Day.
The, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Was that a pregnant pause to see if we were still listening?
This guy's giggling back there. I can hear him giggling during his read.
He is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no.
he is.
Well, that one I kind of had to burp a little bit. That's kind of why I paused a little bit.
Can you find one more task? So we just give Ross 25 tasks.
By the
during
way,
show.
from the 214, tell Freddie needs not to like Grady Dick. No Diddy. Why? He's a Jayhawk.
I'm going to give you one more task, Ross. Can you find the clip of Kevin's G-Bag of the day? I just need a good laugh before I get here. Whenever you find it, just interrupt us and play it. It's, I think, from 2 days ago?
No.
Yesterday?
No, James played it yesterday, but it's from like a month ago.
But I'm saying it should be in the G-Bag of the day folder from 2 days ago.
No, I was G-Bag of the day. That was a G-Bag nominee like a month ago.
Oh, how did he find it so fast then? How did James find it so fast?
I mean, you'd have to ask James.
James, how did you find it so fast?
I mean, you'd
help
have to
Ross
ask,
out.
You'd have to ask James.
I just want to hear Khaki Cow.
I mean, maybe put it in this folder as well. I don't. However, you guys do your stuff back there. It's like a maze, like the labyrinth back there. The work you guys do. My hat's off to you. I couldn't do it.
I saw DJ and Ruben when I was up here early the other day, and they were in the little Rangers room in the corner, and they had all these cords and wires out. I was like,
wild, bro.
If you gave me $10 million to just say, hey, what are they doing right here? I wouldn't get the money. I have zero idea what you guys are doing.
You couldn't come up with something?
He was like,
you couldn't make something up for $10 million?
DJ said just, he told me something what an easy answer was.
DJ the DJ.
Putting it together or something like that, or putting together equipment. I already forgot.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're already, I don't know if I'd give you $10 for that answer. Hey, what's our heart out, by the way?
Your heart out is 5531.
Ew,
for everyone at home.
5531. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are keeping track at 5531, we will be Audi 5,000.
So if you have your stopwatch out,
yes, that's right.
5532, and you're still hearing our voice, we've messed up.
What's going on, guys? Why are you still talking? Okay, here we go. Okay, top five. Let's get a little bed real quick. Top five. We're doing this a little late.
We need a little love making music. Yeah.
There we go. Look at that. What is this? Frankie Valli?
Neil Sedaka.
Hey, old Neil Sedaka. What's up, Neil? All right, here we go. Top five gifts for Valentine's Day. Okay. Now, again, take this for what it's worth. I would imagine Blake's will be the best. Okay. Why? Because I know for a fact Blake is 10 times better at gift giving than I am. All right. He's told me about gifts he's given his lady friend, and he never ceases to disappoint. He did re-gift a hat to me though, so take that for what it's worth. We won't dive into that right now. We don't have enough time in the show. Maybe later on. All right, number 5, car wash and detail.
I think that's a great answer.
Right?
It didn't make my list. I think that's a great answer.
Car wash detail. Throw an oil change in there too, because 92% of you ladies out there, the single ladies, rolling on bald tires. All right, about 10,000 miles over your oil change. Let's go ahead and get that taken care of for you. Do a little rotation and a car wash and detail.
I haven't heard 4 through 1, but I already know that's going to be your best answer. Like, I'm mad it didn't make my list. I think that's a great answer.
My number 1 is by far the best.
I think that's a really good answer.
Thank you.
I'm not.
You're welcome.
Hopefully my lady's not listening. Okay, I'm not going to say too much in case she is listening.
In case she is.
Okay, my number 5, love.
What? I mean, what is that? What kind of cheeseball answer is that? Did you just say love?
Okay, I'll be honest. The answer was wine, but I felt like an alcoholic saying that, so I just said love.
No, that's fine. Hell, I gave you a bottle of wine for Christmas.
Okay, bottle of wine.
And I don't even drink, and I gave you a bottle of wine.
I just felt like an alcoholic putting that. But bottle of wine was number 5.
Well, yeah, if all 5 were alcohol, then yeah, that would make you an alcoholic.
Number 4, a martini.
Bottle of hand. Okay, straight to the dome, no chaser.
Number 2, tequila.
I mean, seriously, little rosé. Okay.
Limited edition, of course. Extra strong, 75 proof.
Dude said love. What kind of cornball answer is that? All right, Roz, bring us back to some civility, please.
All right, my number 5 best gift that you could give a girl is a bikini you saw a girl wear that you got caught liking their photo.
That's a good one, dude.
Oh my gosh, that is the most gaslighting, insane, diabolical answer. Babe, you really seem to like this bikini on me.
That's pretty good, though. I love it. Okay, we can't do our normal 10-minute long dissertation on each answer because we've only got 7 minutes left before we're off the air. Snake draft?
Snake draft? My number 4, a Sephora gift pack.
Great answer.
So just
what girl's gonna say no to that?
Nobody.
Literally, all
Even
you
I
have
would
to
say
do.
yes.
All you have to do, and I'll make this quick, you literally just, if you live with your significant other, a girl, whomever, and you literally just run to the bathroom, you see what looks like it's low, take a picture of it, go to Sephora and be like, I need this. They
Good
will
stuff.
help you out.
By the way, from the 979, Mavs won. Y'all mad? Why would we be mad?
No.
Why would, stop this real quick. Stop with this idea or this narrative that we don't want the Mavs to win.
We wanted the Mavs to win with
Okay.
Luka. We wanted to win without Luka.
We know they're not going to win a championship right now. All right, but we are pulling for the players.
It's less about the organization.
That's it. So enough with the y'all mad. No, yes, we're going to be mad about the trade, but we're leaving that alone. Hey, put some respect on Max Christie's name. Put some respect on Dante Exum's name.
27 tonight.
Okay. Omax doing his thing. Kessler Edwards, Spence. Get out of here with that 979.
Even Jaden Hardy.
Even Jaden Hardy. Come on, 979. Be better than that. Be better than that. Take that stuff somewhere else. All right, number 4.
My number 4, a stuffed animal.
Okay.
Big bear.
Okay.
Big
What do you do with that though?
It's really just for the moment,
It
just
is,
for them
right?
to squish it and feel loved. You didn't like that answer.
I mean, I love squishing. Number 4, flowers.
Nice.
Flowers. Okay. Well, you don't like to squish? Flowers. Can't go wrong. All right. Now I get it. Everybody gets them, but they still like them. You got to drop them off at work though. That's where you hit them upside
Low
the head.
delivery. Just
In front of all the
it's
other
Valentine's Day, but they didn't
in
even
front of
know.
all the other people, they love it. Never go wrong with
little
that.
note in there.
Oh, got to go with the note. Number 3, jewelry.
Yep.
Okay. Tried and true. Let's keep it simple. Can't go wrong with jewelry.
My number 3, chocolate box and flowers.
See, I thought about chocolates as well.
But it's, the box is important, not just chocolate, but the little ones that are shaped like hearts with a bunch of truffle chocolates in there.
Like one of them little candies or whatever. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of you.
Yeah.
I like it.
They go crazy for that.
I like it. Oh, bleep the Mavs. Okay. Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
All right.
Sorry about that. Hey, I appreciate your honesty. Number 3.
One that y'all both said, my number 3 is flowers, but I
Can't
did
go
also
wrong.
have chocolate and jewelry as honorable mentions. Just,
Love it.
You can
Love
never
it.
go wrong
No.
with those.
Solid choices. Snake draft.
Snake draft question mark?
You know it.
Oh my goodness. Perks of being a wallflower.
Huh?
It's Perks of Being a Wallflower. It was a book that was then adapted into a movie. It was like 2012 Tumblr era, like Hank Green. Like,
so what is it? Is it a movie or is it's a book?
It's a book, but it's like I don't exactly remember.
What
the
if you're
premise.
dating somebody that can't read? Then what?
Braille.
What was your number 4, Ross? I think your number 4 was really good.
Sephora
gift
Sephora
pack.
gift pack. He's
Writing
writing that
this
down. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. All right, so give him a book.
Yeah,
For
but
number 2?
it's like a really sad book. Like it's one that's like guaranteed to like make you cry. Maybe not guaranteed, but it's
So he's getting her a bikini that he's seeing another girl and now wants to make her cry.
You're kind of diabolical, aren't you? I kind of like where
Like
you're.
you
know
can't even
what?
imagine.
You know what? I like your style, Ross Lebinsky. Number 2.
Number 2 for Blake, jewelry, to be specific, a little tennis bracelet. Ladies always going to love a nice
Can't
tennis
go wrong.
bracelet.
Pair of nice earrings go a long way too.
Yeah.
All right. My number 2. My number 2. What'd I say? Perfume. Okay.
Now, see, I thought about that. The only thing with perfume / handbags, you're probably not going to pick the right one. Unless you already know for a fact,
you gotta
I like
find
this
out. Yeah,
one.
you got to find out.
And she's low on it, cool.
That or
But don't try to
know,
experiment and buy her a new one because she don't might not like the smell.
Exactly. And then maybe if she's got a friend or whatever, kind of try to find out, or if she smells it or whatever. So yeah, can't go wrong with that. Or like he said, this for a gift pack. And then my number one, spa day.
Yep, that was my number 1 too. Was massage and nails.
That's all day, every day.
My number 1 is a pillow pet, but not a regular sized one.
What the hell?
The one that's like
A
shaped like a
mini-sized
boyfriend.
one.
What's a pillow pet?
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's like a pillow, but it's like
it looks like a turtle.
Yeah, so it'll have like a turtle head, or it's got like the shell for a turtle.
Also known as squishmallows. They have those too.
I did not know that. Pillow pet. Ooh, let me write that down.
It's it's not great. The reason I made it into my number 1 is because one year I was dating a girl and we exchanged gifts for Valentine's, as one does.
Yeah.
I got her a necklace from James Avery, and she got me a mini pillow pet. Kate, if you're listening right now, I'm still mad about it, and it's been over 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do with a mini pillow pet?
That's what the first. I didn't really think about it, but that was kind of like maybe this girl doesn't feel the same way about me as I do about her.
I mean, you dropped a necklace on her and she got you a pillow pet. I mean, that's not even functional.
I got a pillow pet once. It was the Cowboys. It was Rowdy.
Well, that's okay, but
I was also like 8.
I was gonna say, I mean, you're a kid, and you put it in your room and put it up on a mantle or something.
We've gotten 3 texts that Braille joke was the best joke of the show,
hands down.
That was quick and witty, too.
I mean, just off the cuff right there.
Okay, so let's pick one from each list. I think the one
Braille, that was some funny stuff.
I think the car wash from yours is your best answer, and Sephora gift card was your best answer.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 I'm gonna be.
Love was your best one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ross, Fred, what are you taking from Fred's list?
Fred, real quick, give me your 5.
Real quick, car wash and detail, flowers, jewelry, perfume, spa day.
Car wash and detail.
There you go.
I think that was innovative. That was nice. Now this is my thing. Do you tell her you're going to do it, or just hey, let me borrow your car? Because are you just paying for it? Or are you going and doing it?
Just gonna give her a gift certificate and let her go herself.
Freddie, you gotta go do it.
I mean, we can do that too. I mean, however it works out, that's fine. But as long as it gets done. Or maybe we just drop her car off. Hey, I'll follow you there. Drop the car off. Let's go somewhere. We'll go eat, and then we'll come back and pick the car up.
Boom. Let someone else do the work.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we gotta go. 3 seconds. We'll see you tomorrow night. Good night. God bless.
Through your phone, smart